Hello everyone, I want to start off by congratulating you because you have decided to invest time into learning more about product management. I think it's a great decision. My name is Saurav Dobal and I'm going to be your instructor for this course. I've spent over a decade in product management. Everything I know today is because of people who were nice to me. My managers invested time in me and showed me all the tricks of the trade. My peers pointed me in the right direction towards the right resources. Because of them, I got a chance to work in B2B, B2C, high-tech, low-tech, all kinds of great products. As more teams move online and remote, you might not be as lucky. So this course focuses on bridging that gap and making sure that you're able to not just survive but thrive as a product manager. So let's start off by looking at the different types of people who will find this useful and see if you fall in that bucket. An MBA student with product management experience looking to break into product management through internship or a full-time offer. A software engineer or QA who works in technology and is looking to transition into product management. Anybody who is curious about product management or someone who is just looking for a refresher will find this course useful. Some people might not find this course useful at all. If you're a seasoned product manager who has done it all, might find this material a bit redundant. Alright, so what can you expect in this course? We've divided this course into 3 parts. In the first part, we will learn the basics of product management, which will help us build the foundation for the next sections. We will start by looking at the different types of companies you will come across: B2B, B2C, SaaS, IVR, WAR, platform. There's so many different types. Understanding what a product is and how does it live its life, just like us. The ups, the downs, and finally calling it a day or morphing into a new avatar. The different types of users, from innovators to laggards. Your team, that is the product team, the people you will learn from and you will lean into so often. The goals and KPIs for your team. Your role and responsibilities and how they will change as you grow into your product role. The great co-workers who will breathe down your neck for that feature that they had been asking for a long time. Just kidding, guys. Don't get scared. What does the life of a product manager look? Understanding product vision and how it relates to product goals, strategy, and initiatives. Learning how to fail fast through the minimum viable product. Measuring what's important and how. No room for vanity metrics in our course. How to build your customer personas and conduct user interviews. Finding your product market fit. Yes, the holy grail, the product market fit. Translating all of this into a product roadmap, breaking it down into smaller, more actionable chunks. How to build these smaller chunks. We will look at 2 very popular frameworks of building out products, Scrum as well as Kanban. How do you put all this into your product backlog and make sense of it? We'll look at the different meetings that you will be having as a product manager, namely the product grooming meetings, also called replenishment meetings, daily stand-ups, as well as retrospective meetings. And then when your update is ready, how do you test it via A/B testing or beta testing? We'll talk about how can you become a more data-driven product manager from the get-go. We'll introduce you to around 30 product metrics and we'll end part 1 with a note on product launch and APIs. Phew, that sounds like a lot. Don't worry, we'll get through each topic one at a time. Part 2 of the course gives us the opportunity to apply all the good stuff that we've learned in part 1 to a product update and get our hands dirty. Learn by doing. We look at a product and build it together. This, in my opinion, is the most fun part of the course. And finally, part 3, where we will test you on all the great things that you learn in the course. If you pass, you will receive a product management certificate from Dezkr that you can show off on your LinkedIn. Good luck, and let's get started. So why are we starting a course on product management by discussing different types of companies? You can skip this section if you want, but if you're curious, do hear me out. There's a very valid reason. When you go out and talk to different product managers, and I hope you're doing that to increase your network and to stay current, you will hear some very conflicting accounts of what each one of them does for the job. And that's not because they're making stuff up, it's because they work for very different types of companies, and product management means different, something different in each type of company. The list we're going to look at is not exhaustive in any particular order, but more so a collection of the common ones that you will encounter. You will often hear these terms being used interchangeably and sometimes incorrectly, but here we're not interested in dissecting the anatomy of companies. All I want you to do is to be aware of the different types of companies that might exist and how they might decide to build their product, service, or value available to users. So let's get started. There are different ways you can classify companies, and we're going to look at some of them. The first one we're going to look at is classification based on the type of users. The first one is B2C, which is business to customers. For example, we eat burgers at McDonald's and we go to a McDonald's store and buy it. So it's a company selling burgers to us as users, so it becomes a B2C company. The second one is a business to business. Business like Cisco, for example, which sells IT products and services directly to businesses, is a B2B company. Classification can also be done in terms of licensing and delivery. It could be on-premise subscription, which is software that you install on your computer. Almost everyone is moving to cloud, but on-premise software has still got some use cases. For example, if the cost of switching to cloud is too high or security is of extreme importance, people might choose an on-premise software. The reasons though are still pretty debatable, so a conversation for another time. You could also work for a company which is a SaaS on cloud, which is a software as a service. It's a type of product you buy where you are not responsible for maintaining or updating the product. You pay money to the provider for the service, who in turn takes on the responsibility of doing all those things. Everyone has already moved or is trying to move to cloud these days, and hosting on your applications in cloud is extremely easy. The third type of classification you can think about is based on the type of service. It could be an ISV, SI, MSP, or reseller. An ISV is an independent software vendor. It's a company that has decided to build, maintain, and improve its software in-house and owns all the copyrights. This is a type of company where a lot of product managers work in the B2B space. The second type is SI, system integrators. System integrators consist of a team of professionals who have diverse knowledge and can bring together different softwares or applications together so they can talk to each other and enable the end users to get their job done. Generally, a lot of enterprise companies will hire system integrators to get all their different applications up and running in a coherent manner. Such companies don't usually need product managers. Skills of a project managers can come in handy for these companies. The third One that you want to look under this type is the MSP, a managed service provider. It's like an outsourced IT department. If you're a company who doesn't want to deal with all things technology, you can use them and focus your energy on strengthening your value proposition. No real work for product managers in MSPs. The last one are resellers. They sell products of other companies as distributors or value added resellers, also called VARs. Again, no role for product managers in here. While we're on this topic, we also want to touch upon the concept of platforms and marketplace. There are lots of definitions out there of what platform and marketplaces are. One explanation might fit better to a particular scenario versus another. I have my own. It's not perfect and probably doesn't fit well in every scenario, but let's hear it out. You are a software and you sell to customers. So now you are a ISV, like we discussed. Now what you do is you start making your APIs accessible to users who can create their own workflows, automations to meet their use cases. You've now become a platform. Next, these users start building their own applications using your APIs and selling it on your platform to other users. You have now become a marketplace. Like I said before, just one way to think about it. I'm sure there are lots of other, maybe more exhaustive ones out there. Do share with the group if you know any. So lots of different ways to build products, huh? You might like one versus another. What product managers do in all these companies will be very different from each other. Do you prefer one type of company over another, or are you keen on trying out product management roles in all of these? Something to think about before you start applying for product roles. So what is a product? Seems like a straightforward question, right? Well, maybe a century ago, the definition of product has changed drastically over the last few decades. It has moved beyond being just something physical to digital, metaphysical, and beyond. Is service a product? Is brand a product? We can argue either ways. The definition of product has broadened over time. According to me, a product is something that creates value. Now that something can be physical like a car, digital like an e-commerce website, brand like an Instagram influencer, or opinions like a review. Value can be convenience, time savings, cost savings, or just a good feeling. Yes, you read that right. That is also of value. A product might fall into one of the following categories. You can label a product as a disruptive, innovative product. This is the first of its kind. Nothing before it has succeeded. That doesn't mean it hasn't been tried. For example, there were lots of predecessors to the iPod, but none like it that nailed the entire customer experience. A product can be complementary to another. They are built as ancillary products that help or improve an existing product. Or a product can be a substitute to another product, which is basically a replacement to the product that currently exists in the market. Like humans, products also have their life cycle. There are generally 4 stages to this life cycle, and the length of time each product stays in a particular stage might vary depending on different factors. Let's take a closer look. The first stage is the introduction stage. You have an idea. What do? You test it out to see whether there's potential to growth. At this stage, you don't want to waste too much time into building out the product because its potential is unknown. There are 5 things that you should keep in mind at this stage. Number 1 is resources. When testing out your idea, you should always try to find ways that don't take up too much of the team's time. This is because at this stage, the product's demand is not validated by the market and no one knows how much profit it is going to make for the company. Number 2 is scope. The scope of the product needs to be limited to only what is needed to get the job done. No bells and whistles or fancy animations or major technical changes. At this stage, it is always better to buy or partner for the underlying technology versus building it out from scratch, unless technology is your main differentiator. Number 3 is time. If it takes too much time to either introduce the product or test it, then it might cause challenges. The market might have moved by then, or new products might have been launched. So complete your product introduction and testing within the reasonable amount of time. Number 4 is flexibility. One of the key aspects of the introduction stage is that you should be able to make changes to your product based on what you learn from the customer. Your team needs to be flexible with changing the product based on evidence it gets from the market. And finally, speed. It is critical for the team to be able to make changes quickly so that you can go out and test the new version of your product again and again. A great way to introduce new products in the market is by building MVPs, minimum viable products. It enables you to follow the build, measure, learn framework, iterate and focus on what's important. More on that later. Now let's talk about the second stage, the growth stage. Your product has achieved product market fit. We'll talk more about PMF later. For now, let's just say that you found the right version of the product that will be successful, or so you think. Now it's all about growing it to its full potential and taking it to the next level. In this stage, you need to make sure that the product gets the right support to grow and reach its full potential. The goal of the growth phase is to get new users, and a lot of them, and if they pay right off the bat, that's even great. There are 4 different things that come into focus at this stage. Number 1 is building the right team. At the introduction stage, you can probably make do with a really small team, but growth requires you to build a great team. Having the right team is critical because growth phase requires specific skills. You need the people who thrive in a fast-paced, metric-driven setup and are itching to try out innovative things to bring more customers to you. Number 2 is creating capacity. This can mean different things in different industries and products, where when more people start using your product, you need to make sure that it is able to handle the sudden influx of users. This is critical and often neglected until your site is on fire or things starts breaking left, right and center. Product managers actually play a key role in this. Prioritizing user-facing features is important, but making sure that the backend and infrastructure is stable enough to provide a seamless experience is equally important. As a product manager, you have to make sure that you balance different features when prioritizing work. Don't worry, we'll learn how to prioritize features later in this course. Number 3 is marketing. Top of the funnel activities play an important role at this stage. You will only grow if more people come and try out your products. It is important for the product manager to work very closely with the marketing team, and before the marketing team invests into creating marketing collateral and running ad campaigns, everybody should be clear about 3 things. Number 1 is who is the target user for your product. Number 2 is what is the unique value proposition for the product, and 3 is which medium is the target user active on. At this stage, a lot of companies, especially the well-funded one, often subsidize growth with discount coupons and other incentives that are showered on the users to get them hooked to the product. There are pros and cons to this strategy. Again, something we can discuss at another time. My question to you right now is, can you think of 2 companies that you have interacted recently in the growth phase? What tactics did they use? I mean, they were the same or different? And did they work on you? Let us know. Number 4 is pricing and tiers. It's important to price your product such that people are able to see the derived value that they get from paying for your product. Let's talk about product tiering as well for a minute. There are three things that you need to balance. One is the perceived value that each tier provides, price sensitivity of each segment of customers, and the problem that each segment needs to solve. You start out by making a list of all the features and functionality that your product provides. Then create groupings of closely linked features. Keep in mind that each tier should have just enough value to appeal to the target group of users, and the next tier should have something more, something different that can justify the jump that current customers will take to subscribe to a higher tier. Pricing has to be tested. You will not get it right the first time. You might also need a free tier or a free trial that enables customers to experience the power of your product without shelling out any moolah. This will further unlock future growth for your team. This third stage of a product life cycle is the maturity stage. This is the stage where your product has established itself as a key player in the market. Prospects know about it, and it's really a matter of making sure that you are making the right investments in the product. Product managers who manage product at this stage needs to focus on three things. Number one, improving retention. During the growth phase, you relentlessly work towards acquiring new customers. Now is the time for you to make sure that those users stay with the company for a long time. You want to increase the customer's lifetime value as much as possible while trying to reduce the cost of acquiring them. Product managers need to make sure that the product runs without disruptions, production bugs are taken care of quickly, and new features are built to satisfy the expanded use cases for the product. Number two is keeping up with competition. At this stage, your product has become the incumbent. As in life, new competition will rise to challenge your position. This, my friend, is evolution. The product manager needs to find how are the challengers innovating to unseat you from the throne. Which areas are they focusing on? Is there an unmet need that your product has not focused on till now? Has the market for that need increased, because of which more companies are investing in it? As a product manager, you need to find answers to all these questions and build out the product roadmap based on what you find to increase the life of your product. Number three is upselling. When you have a customer base that believes in your ability to deliver solid products, then it becomes easier to upsell. Talk to your customers and find out if there are any other related problems that are frustrating them. Is it possible to expand the use case of your product to solve these problems? And will the customers pay for it? The final stage of the product life cycle is decline. Decline is inevitable. It's the ultimate truth. There could be lots of reasons for your product's decline. Better solutions in the market might have taken over. You became too complacent and stopped listening to customers. New breakthroughs in technology has made your product redundant. So what's the point then? Is every product eventually going to fail? Well, it depends on the definition of failure. There is one thing that is under your control though, it's the speed of the decline. When you say that your product is going to decline, that doesn't mean that it's going to happen overnight. It's not like you wake up one day and you have 0 customers. The speed at which your product declines and fades into the sunset depends on you. You have to look at the early signs in the maturity phase. Ask yourselves, are more customers leaving than joining you? The first time this happens in your company, it should set off the alarm bells. Are customers leaving because they found a better product? Are customers leaving because they're going out of business? We made it clear that decline is inevitable. Your job is to learn from it. The decline will tell you how to slow it down, or it will point you to the next area of growth for your company. So think of decline as the phase which will help you find the next big thing to pivot to. There are a lot of examples from the last few decades where products have risen to the top and then gone bust, and a lot of learnings from them. Some examples that come to mind: Walkman gave way to iPods, and iPods gave way to mobile phones. The market for watches, for example, slowly disappeared with the increase in mobile phone usage. And now it's sort of making a comeback as smart watches. Hard disk has given way to cloud storage. Email is still fighting the good fight with messaging services like Slack. Netflix started off by selling or renting DVDs by mail. We all know what it is today. Now Netflix is beginning to lose subscribers to competition after being the pallbearer in online content. Shift from on-premise cloud computing. As a result, most on-premise solutions have either adapted with time and made the transition or perished. Here's a great exercise for you to do. Why don't you do some research on all of these products that we discussed and see if you can figure out the various points in their life cycle, in their journey, where they move from one stage to another. What can we learn from that as product managers? Do share with the group. As part of the product life cycle, it is important for us to discuss the different types of users that interact with the product. In 1962, E.M. Rogers developed the diffusion of innovation theory. It has become one of the most popular ways to identify adoption of a product by users. Users can be classified into 5 categories. First one is innovators. I know we all would love to think of ourselves as innovators, but innovators are people who try out new things and ideas. Their motivation is the sense of adventure that accompanies trying out new things. They do not shy away from taking risks and usually have an appetite for taking high risk, high reward bets. Following the innovators are the early adopters. They are the ones to adopt a product right after the innovators. Not quite the same level of risk appetite, but they do adopt at a very early stage. The early majority follow the early innovators. Their adoption time is definitely longer than the other two. They're slower and a little more cautious in their approach when evaluating different products. Following the early majority are the late majority. They adopt the product after a very large part of the society has given its thumbs up to the product. And finally are the laggards. These people do not like change. They are happy with the status quo and they hate anything that disturbs it. This group is the last to adopt a product, and it happens when everybody around them has been using the product for a while and they have no choice but to embrace the change. If I were to think about the category I fall under into, they would be different for different kinds of products. For example, electronic gadgets, I'd say I'm an early adopter. But for something like a car, I'm definitely a late majority. Where do you stand? Which category of users do you fit into? Are they the same for all kinds of products, or do you also have different risk appetite for different kinds of products? We're talking about all these great things, but before we move further, we need to ask ourselves this question. Why do companies need product managers? What's the point? Let's talk about a hypothetical scenario. You have an idea based on which you started a company. You had a vision of what you want to do, go through, complete iterations. You're able to successfully launch your product. Up until this point, you're most likely juggling, sales, marketing, product, lots of different hats. At some point, you won't have enough time and you'll have to hire people with very specific skill set that can build on your initial vision and partner with you to take your company's products to the next level of its growth. Product managers will help you do that as you pass the baton of being the voice of customers in your organization to the product managers. They will not only bring a data-driven approach to decide what needs to be built versus not, but they will also be able to bring together all the different stakeholders and get them excited about the various product initiatives in the company. That sounds exciting, doesn't it? So let's get to know your product team a bit better in the next section. Let's start by looking at the organizational structure of a company. If you look at it broadly, you have the CEO at the top with different teams or business functions reporting to him. Common business functions that you'll come across are sales, marketing, product management, design, engineering, customer support, customer success. Organizational structure can get really complicated as the company grows, even as the management keeps trying to remain as accessible as they can be or they were in the early stages of the business. For the purpose of this discussion, we'll try to keep it simple. The head of various business functions report to the CEO. Their designation might vary depending on the company. They might be chiefs, VPs, or directors. Designation doesn't matter, at least to some of us. They all form a part of what is called the executive team, the set of people who play a critical role in setting forth the overall goals for the company. These goals are then broken down by the leader of each team as to what it means for their respective teams. This enables everyone in the organization to focus and work towards the organizational priorities and stay in sync with each other. The product management team's role and responsibilities are derived in a similar way, starting at the very top. Let's get familiar with the product organization before diving deep into each role. Like we said, we've kept it super simple and we're focusing primarily on the product organization for our discussion. Generally, the product team is a very lean, nimble unit. The structure will vary depending on the size of your organization. For example, for really early stage startups, maybe less than 10 employees, the CEO often is the product manager and he works with the CTO to build the MVP as they try to find the product market fit. As the company grows from being a very small startup to a small company, maybe 10, 25, 20, 25 employees, a senior product manager might join and to help the CEO to define the roadmap, to achieve the vision and take over some of the more tactical aspects of product management. As the company grows further and becomes a medium-sized company, this is the stage where the product organization really starts to grow. It could be led by a director of product management reporting to the CEO and might have direct reportees, including product managers, designers, and some other people as well. For very, very large organization, I'm talking about organizations with maybe over 100 employees, you might have a chief product officer with different teams reporting to him. There might be a product team or a design team and a product operation team or a data team. You will see different permutations and combinations of these over the course of your career. No matter what the makeup of your product team is, the major goals remain the same. Let's look at some of the common goals for most product teams. Number one, retention. Acquiring new customers is not easy, but losing them is. That's why retention is important. The product team needs to identify problems that existing customers are facing. It can be a bug in an existing feature or the absence of certain functionality. There will always be customers who leave you. But for those who don't, you have to keep them excited about the product that they use today and what the future roadmap holds. Number two is user acquisition. The cost of acquiring a customer is a very big expense for any company. All the teams work together to convert leads into paying customer. Product teams strive to deliver a roadmap that excites prospects when they compare it against alternatives. Number three is customer satisfaction. Does your product get the job done? Or is it more than that? Your customers need to feel that your product is irreplaceable, so much so that if they leave their company, they become evangelists for your product in the new organization. Taking both qualitative and quantitative feedback from customers at a regular cadence will help you do that. And finally, getting prioritization right. One of the toughest things you will do as a product manager is to decide what not to build, what to build now, and what to build later. This means you'll be saying no as a product manager a lot. You can check out our video that helps you do this with a lot of finesse. It's only when you build what's right for the users will you succeed. Let's look at the roles and responsibilities of each PM to understand how they achieve these goals. Product managers juggle a lot of different responsibilities each day. A PM's role does change over time from an individual contributor to a people manager. Eventually, you will join your leadership team and lead the product vision and strategy. Let's start at the very first step, the associate product manager or the APM. This is an entry-level opportunity for anyone looking to start fresh. You start with handling small bugs and updates before graduating on to take full releases. As an APM, a good way to start out is by shadowing an experienced product manager for a few months. It enables you to learn on the job while having the support of someone who has been in the trenches for some time. You start learning both the strategic and tactical parts of the job, like running stand-ups, grooming meetings, doing product demos, customer interviews, doing design sessions, and prioritizing product features. You learn a lot and will have a lot of questions. Make sure you speak up and ask them. Don't be shy. There are no wrong questions in the business. You will bring a fresh perspective. Use that to make an impact on the product roadmap. The next is the product manager or the PM. You will need a couple of years under your belt in product related roles to become a product manager. The associate product manager roles generally are not as widespread, especially in smaller companies. Your path to becoming a product manager might start as a business analyst or a QA or a sales engineer. Any role where you develop a deep understanding of customers is a great stepping stone for transitioning into this role. In this role, you will collaborate with cross-functional stakeholders to deliver the roadmap. The roadmap can be the complete product. It could be part of a larger product or a new product that you're working on. In larger companies, it is very common to have more than one product manager responsible for the same product. For example, if you have a mobile app, there might be a separate PM for the home page, one for the search results page, and the one for the ads on the app. Similar to a product manager, you also have product owners. A lot of times, PMs and POs, they use interchangeably. If you work for a small company, chances are that you might end up doing both the roles. The primary role of a PO is to manage the downstream work of product management. The PO is someone who has strong technical and project management skills. Some of the things that you end up focusing on, breaking down user stories into tasks that the development team needs to work on. Identify blockers for product releases and work to remove them. Work with the dev manager to track the velocity of product releases and track and review the progress of product development with the engineering manager. Next up is the senior product manager. Until this stage, product managers are individual contributors. The key focus is the product. In a senior PM role, they start taking up responsibilities that prepare them to become great people managers as well. They start mentoring product managers and in some cases even managing APMs. This helps them understand the new set of challenges that come with managing people. Next up is Director of Product Management. You lead the product organization in this role. Your focus shifts away from daily activities of product releases to more strategic things like driving the product vision, managing the product team, one-on-ones, performance evaluations, etc. And then being the voice of the product in the leadership team. And finally, the Chief Product Officer. In large companies, CPOs lead the product management, product operations, and design teams. They work with the CEO to define the growth roadmap for the company. Their responsibilities in this role will vary from organization to organizations. We won't delve too deep into the CPO's role in our course. In the last section, we talked about your team. Now it's time to introduce you to everyone you'll be working with. And that's a lot of people, probably the entire company. So be patient while we introduce you to all your amazing coworkers. It's also one of the most interesting aspects of working in product management. You start out as an individual contributor, but the amount of cross-functional collaboration that is needed for you to be successful is a lot. You act as a bridge between various parts of the organization. This aspect of your work is exciting and challenging at the same time. Different teams have their areas of focus. You need to put this jigsaw of expectations together in a way that all stakeholders are in agreement with the direction of the product, and that's not easy. So let's introduce you to some of them. Outside the organizations, you have primarily your customers and prospects. Customers, we already talked about them a little bit before. They're people who use your product and help you pay the bills. So they're really important for you to work with. Prospects are people who are evaluating your product to see if it's a good fit for their organization. Besides these external stakeholders, there's a lot of internal stakeholders that you'll be working with. Let's look at the different teams and the stakeholders within them. Let's start with the engineering team. In the engineering team, you'll have engineering managers. Product managers work with engineering managers to discuss a lot of things, like to discuss on a regular cadence the status of work in progress, to make sure that product releases go out on time. They work with them to look at potential ideas that are being considered for development, and also to balance customer-focused features with technical debt that needs resources. Architects are people who help product managers make the right technical decisions. You work with them on things like investigating technical feasibility of product ideas in early stages, or if you're trying to decide the implementation of product features, or sometimes if you're evaluating third-party providers that the product team is looking to partner with. Next up is developers. Product managers work with developers to discuss any roadblocks that they might be facing during development, or to answer questions that might arise on how certain product features should work. So developers work very closely with QA, so does product managers, quality assurance engineers. They're like the gatekeepers who make sure that the product adheres to the quality standards set by the team. They're actually the first users of the product or feature, and they're a great sounding board for new features. As a product manager, you should do regular walkthroughs of your product with them. It will help you in finding and identifying missed use cases that should have been part of the original requirements. You also have Scrum Masters. They lead the initiative of helping the company build an agile mindset, which is very important. You'll work with them to find ways to improve the development process and reduce the number of roadblocks for the engineering team. There are a lot more stakeholders in the engineering team, but I think for now, getting to know all these people is a great start. Now the question comes up, what is the best way for a product manager to work with the engineering team? I believe it is our job as product managers to make sure that the development team has insight into why things are being done a certain way. For example, you might need to stop working on one feature and jump on something else. So in that scenario, make sure that the business context behind such changes is communicated to the engineering team. Another great example is bugs. Not all bugs are worth fixing. A lot of people have very different opinions about it. So come up with a bug crash process with the engineering team that makes it clear on what we need to fix and what not. And most importantly, consult the development team during all the stages of the product development cycle. A great working relationship with your engineering team will go a long way in achieving your product goals. Next up is the design team. The design team works to build a user experience that is intuitive and easy to use. You'll work with different members of this team to solve usability issues in the product. In some smaller companies, designers and product managers might actually be part of the same team. Design team often consists of UX researchers and product designers. Now, UX researchers spend a majority of their time talking to users to understand their needs, wants, drivers, and goals. The research actually forms the foundation of the design principles that drives the design philosophy of your company. It helps the company make the right design decisions. And in order to do this, to do all their research, they use a lot of different methods like conducting user interviews or focus groups, or driving A/B testings, or conducting car sorting exercises, or doing a lot of surveys. Some methods might be more effective with users than others. Product designers, on the other hand, create user interfaces that are based on the findings of the UX researcher. Using it, they build customer-centric designs that enable users to easily solve their problems using the product. You work with them to take the idea through the different stages of the product life cycle. So how can you work well with your design counterparts? The thing is that what users say and what they do is always different. Product managers and their counterparts have to work together to build a robust understanding of users. For example, you might run focus group or build surveys together to better understand the user's mindset. From a designer's perspective, it can be frustrating when design is bound by technical limitation. As a product manager, you have to make efforts to provide designers a canvas that allows them to express their creativity. Next up is the sales team. The structure of the sales team might actually vary depending on the kind of sales strategy that the company has. So you can see yourself working with somebody like a direct sales rep or an inbound sales rep. Their work is to convert leads that come through the marketing team into paying customers. Or you might work with channel sales or enterprise sales rep who work with implementation partners on enterprise sales opportunities, or sales engineers. Especially in teams that sell technical products, sales engineers work a lot with potential customers. They demo the product to them, build up the use cases of how customer problems can actually be solved by the product. The sales team is your window into what prospects are looking for. You need to document all the feedback from prospects and analyze it to find gaps in your offering. Working towards meeting quotas and monthly targets can actually be very challenging. At some point in your career, you might not be able to fulfill a sales request that they need to close a deal. And these conversations can be tough. Knowing how to tackle them as a product manager is very, very important. Then you have your marketing team. The marketing team focuses on messaging, customer communication, and lead generation. They run marketing programs, could be email campaigns or social events to drive awareness about the product. Similar to sales, you might see different kinds of setup. You might work with an email marketing manager. Their focus is to improve email conversions. They work to improve metrics like open rate, click-through rate, or click rate on emails, and work with a variety of marketing automation softwares. Or you might work with the digital marketing managers who optimize the digital channels like Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn to drive your growth. They work to increase organic and paid traffic on the company's site to generate leads. As a product manager, you collaborate with the marketing team on defining value proposition of the product, educating the team on product features, translating product features into marketable content, building collateral in the form of articles, product demos that help drive traffic, or researching and analyzing competitors' communication strategy. Wow, that's a lot of stakeholders. Hold your horses. There are two more teams that we need to talk about. We have the customer success team. It consists of a number of customer success associates and a manager. It actually leads the charge on onboarding new customers that have bought the product, in retaining existing customers, and evangelizing the various functionalities of the product. The customer success team is a treasure trove of information, and as a product manager, you can learn a lot from them. For example, how many customers actually use your features? What are the different workarounds in the product that are popular and can actually extend the problems that the product solve? All this information your customer's success team can provide you. All right, the last one, the support team. This team is the one that deals with unhappy customers and are always in the line of fire. So please be nice to them. To manage the craziness that they deal with, they often divide support into different levels. The structure of the support team might look something like this. You will have your L1 support. When a customer calls in for help, this is the group that will answer. They'll try to troubleshoot it and solve the issue on the call based on some documentation they might have. If they can't, they will send over the case to an L2 with detailed notes. Now, the L2 support team generally has some sort of a technical background experience with working on the product, and they can actually deep dive into a problem and see if they can solve it. If the L2 team is not able to solve, it moves over to L3, which is basically somebody from the development team stepping up to find the root cause of the problem and solving it. You will work with the support teams to find the priority and the severity of issues, basically how sensitive the issue is in terms of time and how difficult it is to fix it. Gaps in communication of product features can often confuse users, and they often turn up as support calls and need to be fixed by product managers. Now that you know about your team, your customers and co-workers, let's take a look at how all of that translates into how you go about your day each day you come to work. What happens when you walk into your office building or open up your laptop in your pajamas? Woohoo! Work from home. To be honest, it is very difficult to pin down an account of what product managers do on a typical day because it varies so much, just like all of the roles. Every day you get hit by something new. But in the midst of all this, there are a few things that do remain consistent. Things that need to happen every day or most days. So we will start with those and then look at other stuff that might consume the entirety of your time some days, but not every day. A product manager's primary focus is to define what needs to be done and why it needs to be done. After defining these, they work with the engineering team to figure out the how to accomplish it. They do not own the how, but are a key stakeholder in it. As an individual contributor with focus on cross-functional collaboration, a product manager will be doing both strategic and tactical work. A day in the life of a product manager could look something like this. You get into the office by around 8 a.m. You start off by checking your messages, you respond to emails or Slack messages, and take notes on things you need to do over the course of the day. Your first meeting of the day would usually be the dev stand-up around 9:30. You attend the dev stand-up, and usually the role of the PM is limited to two things. One is to answer quick questions on tickets in development that might come up, or parking lot the ticket for a larger discussion later. Second is to provide clarity on competing priorities. For example, some Support tickets might have customers waiting on them, and it's up to the product manager to decide whether someone should take them up or continue working on the stuff that has been assigned to them. Sometimes you might have to attend more than one stand-up if you work on multiple product releases that different teams are managing. We'll go into details of daily stand-ups later on in the course when we discuss the different types of meetings. Usually right after the dev stand-up comes the product team meeting. It's really a chance to rally all the product troops. The team discusses what's on everyone's plate, not necessarily to track their work, but to find out where people are stuck and where people need help. Usually you also bring in tough and tricky questions that might have come in the dev stand-up to this meeting. Remember, you don't have to solve everything all by yourself. It's also a quick check-in to see if everyone is on the same page and priorities for the products haven't changed overnight. You might laugh at me for saying something so silly, but it actually happens more often than you'd like. Part of being a product manager is being able to switch gears quickly because priorities in business can indeed change overnight. Considering the impact that the product team has, it is one of the smallest team you will find in most tech companies. To be completely honest, it can sometimes get a bit lonely. I've been on teams where I was the only product manager. Yes, so the team was basically me and my boss. All the more reason for product managers to engage with their cross-sectional peers and build relationships. After you're done with these two important meetings, what's next? More meetings. It's probably around 11 a.m. now during the day, and to be honest, product managers are notorious to be in meetings all day. I've had some of my counterparts shocked to see how jam-packed my calendar is sometimes with meetings. Not a good thing. I always tell them, haven't you heard the product manager is the CEO of the product? That's the CEO part, man, all these meetings. Sorry, just kidding. But you do spend a great part of your time in meetings. Thankfully, you don't have to do all the meetings on the same day. So starting around 11, you might be on customer calls. You might be doing product prioritization meetings, user story mapping meetings, product planning meetings, backlog meetings, sales shadow calls, support escalation meetings, design review meetings, requirements gathering meetings, sprint planning meetings, end of sprint demo meetings. The list goes on and on. So by the time you're done with a lot of the meetings we've discussed above, and you've had your lunch, it will be somewhere around 3 o'clock. And now is the time where you can roll up your sleeve and do some focus work that enables you to get the product vision a bit closer to reality. Let's look at some of the work that you do on the second half of your day. Conducting market research. It is important to have a pulse on the market and stay in sync with the latest trends in the industry. Market research includes looking at new products in the market or what the competition has been up to. This is accomplished by looking at SEC filings for public companies, messaging on companies' websites, attending webinars hosted by them, looking at release notes for product updates for competitors, analyzing industry reports generated by research firms. Market research is not limited to just direct competition. Product managers are always on the lookout for signs from across the technology landscape that impact the way the customers perceive their products or solutions. Next is writing one-pages of business cases. Not all features are equal. They vary on the time it takes to build them and impact on the business. You will develop one-pagers for a lot of your product features under consideration. It basically describes the problem faced by users, the proposed solution, impact on the customer base, and value for the business. Next up is writing requirements, breaking down user stories into improvements that the development team works on is a big part of product management. Many product managers spend a lot of time writing requirements user stories to define features that solve user problems. Depending on the size of the feature, it's common to break it down into epics and user stories, which can be further broken down into tasks and subtasks by the engineering team. You will also be doing wireframes during the initial stages when solutions are being considered. It is useful to come up with low fidelity mockups. This can be as simple as a rough sketch on a piece of paper. It really helps the team understand and contribute to the development of the final solution for users. It also helps in having fruitful discussions with the design team. I have used Balsamic and InVision, which are fairly easy to use and can help you build wireframes fairly quickly for your different iterations. You really don't have to create detailed mock-up in initial stages of your ideation process. Conducting grooming sessions. This meeting serves many purposes. For new features is like a handoff or passing the baton to the development team. The goal is to go through the requirements with the development team so that everybody understands the acceptance criteria for each story. And finally, analyzing data. Following data is important not only for product managers but everyone in the organization. A data-driven culture drives innovation and is critical to the success of any product. But the truth is that you never have enough data to make your decisions. In smaller organizations, we don't have a dedicated data analytics team to support you. It can be challenging to find all data points. Product managers should always try to back their intuition with as much relevant data as possible. In cases where you can't find the data, make sure that you state your assumptions so that you can come back later and validate them. I thought long and hard as to what would be the best way to make you familiar with different parts of product management. And then I asked myself, what makes product managers happy? Building products, right? That is why most of us get into the business or want to. So what if we give you a blank canvas tomorrow to build something from scratch? How would you go about taking it on? Taking on what is an idea in your head into a fully fleshed out product. How can you take a product-driven approach for this? So that's what we'll do. We'll take an idea through its entire life cycle. The two ways we could have done this, we could have come up with the problem and the product solution we want to build and introduce the concepts as we build out the product. And that's how we started to build out the course. But after the first few lessons, things started to get really complicated really fast. Partly because we were talking about too many different things at the same time and jumping off topics every minute. That was making things super confusing. So we decided to take a step back. Since the primary audience for this course are people who are new to product management, we decided to divide the rest of the course into two key parts. First, we want to introduce you to all things product management. Because the list is long, and by all things, we mean concepts, terminology, frameworks, and everything else you will likely be facing as a product manager. We encourage you to go over this section a few times before moving on to the second section. In the second section, we will focus on applying what we have learned in a real world scenario. We won't build anything complicated. That is not the goal. We build a simple product which will most likely hit the same existential scenarios that any other product will. I hope you're excited. Let's get started. Vision is the ability to think about or plan the future with imagination or wisdom. Now, vision doesn't need to be tackling something earth-shattering. Your vision can be driven by your experiences, your learnings, your mistakes. Can you start building a product without a vision? In my opinion, you can. A lot of people might disagree with me. But the reality of it is that not everything is crystal clear from the beginning. People often start building out their product because they really want to solve this one problem. And then when they start getting into it, they find more reasons to continue down that path. they find that clarity of thought. You must have heard people often talk about the need to look at the big picture. But sometimes the big picture only starts to emerge one problem at a time as you begin to understand your users and their problems. I'm in no way trying to discount the importance of product vision. What I'm trying to get to at is that your vision will evolve over time and you will have more clarity down the road than when you're starting out. Vision is what drives you to work on the problem, what excites you to make progress in this area, and what all teams beyond just product management can share and relate to. It's that unifying force, the guiding light, that keeps you on the right track whenever you're at crossroads and have to make a choice between a lot of options. To be completely honest, I know a lot of product managers who are not big fans of grandiose visions. Some of them don't like the abstractness of the visions they see floating around. And on some levels, I do agree, but not enough for us to ignore this in our course. It is important here to know that when you start off as a product manager, your task most likely will not be to come up with a vision for your company. The founders, the executive team, and others might have already worked on it and done a number of product visioning exercises. The importance of product vision for product managers who really just starting out is that it enables them to stay on course. In this course, we will not teach you how to build a product vision, because by the time you are at a place where you're building product visions, you'd have had enough experience to be able to do it yourself without needing our advice. What we will do though is to make you understand how vision helps product managers. It will help you in two ways. It will help you understand a prospective employer better when looking for a product management role. Once you've joined the company, you will be able to make better decisions if you understand what the vision means and how to use it as the guiding light when making product decisions. If you're a small organization with just one product, your company vision will most likely become your product vision. But if you're a large corporation like Amazon, it's likely that each product org has its own product vision, which more closely represents what the product wants and aspires to achieve for its target users. For the purpose of our discussion, we won't stress about product versus company vision and look at the general qualities of a good vision statement. A good vision needs to have a brain. It took us a whole week to come up with this cool acronym. I hope you guys like it. By brain, we really mean is it needs to be bold. A bold vision statement sets the culture for the company. It encourages a growth mindset. It needs to be relatable. When people read the vision statement, they should be able to relate to it. These people are your employees, your customers, your stakeholders. The vision needs to be ambitious. You should aspire to make a big impact. We talked about earlier that it's okay to start small, but eventually you want to be able to make a big impact. The vision needs to be inspiring. Reading the vision should instill a sense of purpose and inspire people to work towards it. And it becomes really important once you're not a small startup and you become a really large company, the vision should be able to inspire the team and get them excited to come to work. And most importantly, a vision needs to be navigable. There should be a path to get to that vision. That path, without a doubt, will be filled with lots of challenges and roadblocks, but it's okay as long as you believe that you can navigate through them. But you can't start with just the vision. You need to put more definition to things in order to make progress. So let's look at the other things in this vision hierarchy that will help you. Below the vision are goals. Goals are a little bit less abstract than visions. They are all things that you need to achieve that will get you closer to realizing your vision. Goals are measurable and all the efforts you make roll up to help you achieve your product goals. Goals are broken down further for them to be more actionable enough for the entire company. You also have to ask yourself what path you want to take in order to achieve your goals, because there can be many. And that is what brings us to what people call product strategy. Product strategy lays down your plan to achieve your goal. Like we said, there are many ways in which you can go about achieving it. There are always different paths you can take to get to the same destination. But which is the best path for you? This strategy lays down that path. In order to build the right strategy, you'll have to be able to take your product through the minimum viable product cycle until you find that product market fit. Don't worry, we'll get to all of this shortly. In the initial days of your product, you will need to experiment to find the right product strategy. A good product strategy outlines who will use your product, aka your target users, their needs, their wants, their drivers. What you need to focus on. That is the problem you're trying to solve. Why you need to focus on this versus everything else out there. How will you go about building it? Will you actually build it, buy it, or partner for it? And when will you actually do it? AKA your product roadmap. You dial in your vision, your goals, you know what strategy you're going to have. So far so good. Now it's time to get cracking. What will you do to make all of that happen? What are some of the big ticket items that align with your product strategy which will help you achieve your goal? These initiatives form your product roadmap. Now, initiatives might span across many releases and sales quarters. They're broken down into manageable updates that the team can get out within acceptable time frames. Initiatives are driven by goals, but at the crux of it all, it is driven by the fundamental problems that your product wants to solve. Initiatives are further broken down into features. A common mistake that is often made is that companies often jump right into features without flushing out all the stuff we've talked about above. And they get into this thing called a feature trap, because it's easy to look at all the great features you can build versus asking the hard questions on what the problems are and how you can actually solve them. Features are often broken down into epics, which are groupings of work that fits together and needs to be done. One of the most important things that you'll be working on as a product manager is building user stories. Epics are further broken down into user stories, which defines an interaction that a user has with the product, and it can be independently tested on its own. User stories are often broken down into tasks. Over the years, I've heard different definitions of what a task is. For me, tasks are a set of things that the development team needs to do in order to complete a feature. Honestly, there are a lot of different ways you can slice and dice and break down what you want to do. You can have as many or as less levels as you'd like. We'll spend a lot more time talking about epics, user stories, and tasks later on, since as a product manager, they will become your best friends. I think we're at a point of time in our course where we can actually start talking about MVP, the minimum viable product that we keep referencing all the time. You know what? Building something new, something you believe in, is exhilarating. It's a feeling of rush like no other. But building something only for that feeling is not something that a lot of us can afford. Like I've said before, that there'll always be more you want to do than the resources you'll have. MVP is prioritizing what you need to build to test if it's worth investing in. The concept of MVP was developed by Eric Ries. According to him, a minimum viable product is that version of a new product which allows a team to collect the maximum amount of validated learning about the customer with the least effort. MVP can mean different things in different organizations. In layman's term, MVP is building the most basic version of your product with only the core functionality and without all the bells and whistles. Sometimes what is called an MVP is not really an MVP. It's really a POC or a prototype or an MMP. What's up with all these acronyms? Well, now that we know what an MVP means, let's look at a lot of things that it is not but often confused with. POC, which stands for proof of concept. The goal of a POC is to find out if it's possible to build out the idea into an actual product with the technology available. POC is helpful if you are innovating and trying to do something that has not been done before. A POC doesn't even need to have a UI as long as you can prove the technical feasibility using your dev console is enough. Then you have the prototype. A prototype tells you how the user will interact with the product. It defines the flow of various elements and how the users will use them to solve their problem. And finally, we have the MMP, the minimum marketable product. It is the smallest version of the product that users will buy. It is the stripped down, no frills, stable version of the product that has enough value in it to be sold. In essence, you can look at all of these as different stages in the evolution of an MVP. Depending on your product, you might skip one stage or another. So how do you not get confused and know that you're actually building an MVP and not a POC or prototype or an MMP? We've developed something called the MVP test, which is a really small set of questions that you ask yourself. So for example, you have an idea you want to validate in the market and you've decided to take the MVP route. Sounds like you're on the right track. You create specs of what you think is the bare minimum. But how can you be sure that is in fact an MVP and not everything else? A good way to do that is for you and your team to ask the following questions when looking at the proposed product. Number one, does it solve the problem which is its focus? Number two, can you cut down the scope further without impacting one? And number three, have you cut down the scope so much that the product now is bare bones but doesn't really solve the problem? The intention behind these questions is to find the right balance between the three variables that make up an MVP. They are number one, resource. You don't want to invest too much on the product at this stage. Number two, time. Delivering quickly enables you to iterate faster. And finally, value. The key value that the product has to offer needs to come through. So is the goal to get everything right with your first MVP? Absolutely not. The primary goal of an MVP is to help you learn whether your idea appeals to users. The first version of your product that users buy will most likely not be the first version of the MVP you build. And MVP doesn't need to end with just one release. It follows a cycle run by real-world data based on how customers behave with the MVP. Let's look at the three steps that the MVP follows, also known as the build, measure, learn cycle. You build the most basic version of the product you think will work. Now, you think here is your hypothesis, your gut, based on the research you've done or the experiences you've had. Make sure that you add relevant tracking to your product so that you can proactively track your metrics instead of it being an afterthought. Measure. Be clear about what do you want to measure, why do you want to measure it, how will you measure it. Cannot stress enough on the part that how should be part of the build phase. You shouldn't be in a situation that your MVP has been out for a month before you decide to track important metrics. Besides quantitative measurements, you might also be able to gauge the performance of your MVP through qualitative feedback from customer interviews, feedback forums, focus groups, or analyzing recordings of user interaction with your product. Learn. Your MVP has been out for a few weeks, you've got the data, I've been speaking to users. Now, how do you decipher the results? See if you're able to answer the following questions by looking at your data. Who is using your product? How often are they using the product? How many users are coming in through referrals? What does the feedback suggest? Did the MVP miss anything that is important to the users? Based on the answers to the above questions, you will know the next steps. There are many different possibilities, like users don't think this problem is worth solving, or users don't understand how your product works, or users have different expectations from what they get when they come and try out the product versus what they thought, or not enough people are using the product, or you need to build some additional capabilities and fix bug and test the MVP again. Apply what you've learned to build the next version of your MVP until you reach the final conclusion. There are a number of advantages to using the MVP framework. An MVP will help you test your hypothesis in an efficient manner. It forces you to take your long-term vision of what your product needs to do and filter it down to its core capabilities, which is at the center of its existence. Through your MVP, you will be able to save resources by building only what's necessary. You'll be able to move fast and fail fast. You'll be able to reduce the time to market and get real-world data on users' behaviors. However, there are some challenges with MVPs. MVPs are tough to get right. And what's even tougher is to sum up what you learn from the MVP. Because sometimes the MVP will tell you that your idea is not worth investing in. And that can be a tough thing to hear, even for a battle-hardened product management professional. Let's list down two of the biggest challenges you will find while building an MVP. Number one, cutting feature scope to get out the minimum. This can happen when you're staring at the possibility of missing the deadline to release your MVP, or the development team is stretched with other competing priorities, or you have a shoestring budget to build your MVP. Number two, forgetting that MVPs aren't as polished as well-established products. In the beginning, we all look at the MVP definition and we collectively give a thumbs up and nod in agreement. But when it really comes down to giving the go-ahead to release, we forget that it's not the final product. It's just a test. We start nitpicking on how it looks and feature sets we have. And it's difficult to move past beyond that sometimes. So how do you go about building your MVP? There are actually 5 steps that you need to go through in order to build and test out your MVP. Step number 1 is to develop your hypothesis. The fact of the matter is that you might have figured it all out in your head, what product you're going to build, the problem you're going to solve, and every minute detail, but it's important to sit down and write your hypothesis for the benefit of everyone. The hypothesis would look something like, if we provide users X, then Y will happen. Take the time out to define the X. Do your market research and talk to your customer-facing teams to see if the hypothesis seems plausible. Look at any historical data in your company or outside that can help you come up with a realistic why. Step 2 is to identify your target users. The long-term vision for your product might be for a number of different types of users, but for an MVP, it is important to focus on the innovators or the early adopters. These are people who are more likely to be open to try out new things and pave the way for others to try it out in the future. Ideally, you should build out customer personas and keep them updated throughout the life cycle of your product. We will talk more about customer personas in the next section. Step 3 is to gauge the market opportunity. Does the market align with your business goals? Look at what exists in the market today. Are there alternatives, substitutes in the market that solve the same problem? If yes, then do a deep dive into what they offer and how would your product differentiate from the competition. Step 4 is to evaluate the technical feasibility. During the MVP stage, an important thing to consider is whether you really need to completely build out the product from ground up. You have to focus your resources on the key differentiator for your product. For example, if your MVP requires you to send notifications to users, then should you build that capability from scratch? No, absolutely not, unless it's your key differentiator. Use a third party for it who knows how to do it and it's their key differentiator. And step number 5, iterate using the build, measure, learn framework to develop the MVP that gives you the user validation that you're looking for. Let's talk about customer personas for a bit. This is an important aspect for both product and marketing teams. In most cases, both teams will build their own personas. You can have 2 categories of personas, actually even more depending on how you decide to group different people who interact with your product. But for now, we'll focus on the 2 common groupings of personas that we usually see. The first is the user persona. These are people who use your product. And by using, I mean they actually use it day in and day out. They use your product to solve the problems being faced by their company. When you release an update, you'll be reaching out to these people for feedback. During the buying stage, they play an important role in evaluating whether your product meets all the needs of their business. The second grouping of personas is buyer persona. These are people who represent key stakeholders in the buying process. They might be users or not, especially in larger B2B enterprise deals. Their goals and motivations and needs and wants will greatly vary from that of user personas. They're looking for the right product at the right price point. Their work ends when the company signs on the dotted line. Your sales team will spend a lot of time talking to the buyer persona. So how does one go about building these personas? Do you start with a clean slate or something else? The process I have been following is fairly straightforward. While doing all the research on the product, industry and competition, I build a persona I think will work. Then I modify it by talking to customers on a regular basis. We will look at how to conduct a customer interview in the next section, but make it your habit to schedule customer interviews on a regular basis. Try talking to customers each week. The more you talk to customers, the better your product will turn out to be. So the question that still hasn't been answered is why we need to build the personas and how are we going to use them? Are we building them because our boss told us to? Or because we have lots of free time? No. None of these, to be honest. Personas help us in a variety of ways. Number 1, they help us in building a better user experience. When you talk to users over and over again and build out their personas, you're able to empathize with them, because you begin to truly understand and appreciate all the problems and challenges they face and all the things they do to overcome them. That empathy helps you make design decisions which help you build a seamless user experience that caters to your audience. Personas help you also build a better communication strategy. If you know what drives and inspires your users, you can build your communication around that. Your comms will then help gain the attention and appreciation of these users. And finally, product requirements. You will always build better products when you know who you're building it for. I've worked on a product which had almost 8 user personas. Now, with a lot of personas, it's easy to get confused as to who will be using the updates. So, creating user persona profiles and making it available to the entire team makes the entire process so much more efficient. Let's look at one of the templates for personas. A persona profile can consist of the following: name of the user, something that relates to what they do, like Jim, the sales guy. A photo, doesn't need to be real photos, just something to put a face to the name kind of thing. Their role, what do they do in the company? Do they work in sales, marketing, or some other team? The kind of work they do, is it more tactical, strategic? Are they individual contributors or people managers? Their background, their skills, do they have technical or non-technical background? The size of the company. This represents the segment within your industry where you focus on. Their goals, their long-term goals, aspirations, and where they want to get to. Their wants. What do they like? Some free time maybe? I would love some free time. What inspires them? What keeps them motivated to come to work every day? Their needs. Where do they need help? Places where your product could potentially make a difference for them. And finally, a memorable quote from them. When you interview hundreds of users, trust me, you will end up hearing something one day that truly encapsulates the essence of your user personas. Use that quote in your profile, and until that day, make something up. A common mistake that a lot of teams make is that they create a persona in the beginning of the product's life cycle and then they just stop. After this, it's completely forgotten, only being resurrected with cosmetic updates for some presentations. This really harms the product, in fact, the entire company. We've spoken at length about the different stages of the life cycle of a product. What actually happens is that the user persona at each stage changes as the product evolves. So being in sync with those new wants and new needs and new drivers goes a long way in building the right user experience. So please don't be that team. Keep your user personas updated and as current as your backlog. Here I'm assuming that you're on the top of your product backlog. Now let's take a look at how you can set up your interactions with customers or users for success from the get-go. You'll meet all kinds of people. Your goal when you interact with each of them might be different. So structure your interview well. Here is one great way of structuring your interview. You start with housekeeping. These are things that you need to just get out of the way. Some of them are thanking your customers for the time and how much the team appreciates it. Very often we forget to do that. Asking their permission to record the interview. Notes are important, but it's better to have the ability to go back to the conversation and revisit it in case you miss something. Also, sometimes you get so entangled in the notes taking that you may not be able to focus on the actual conversation. So if you think multitasking is going to be a problem, then you might as well focus on the actual conversation and take down only your inferences. Rest of it you can add later. Make sure to do introduction. Don't assume that everyone knows everyone else in the meeting. Share a short but relevant introduction and ask the participants to do so as well. Follow it up with the agenda. Describe the overall flow, goals and expectations from the meeting so that everybody is in sync on what is going to happen. Next comes your softball questions. I like starting customer interviews with a few easy questions that anyone can answer. It helps set the stage for the actual conversation. With these small interactions, you're able to gauge how comfortable the participants are and when is the right time to get to the real stuff. Once you know that everybody is comfortable enough, it's time to get to the key question. This is the whole reason why you set up the interview. You want to talk to the customer and get more information on something. Now, that something could be to better understand a specific problem being faced by the users. A call to discuss how unhappy they are with everything in the product. Trust me, you will have a lot of these calls once you start working in product management. Or you might talk to customers or users to validate some of your assumptions. Make sure you prepare specific questions to get key information you're looking for. You can ask both open-ended or closed-ended questions. Depending on the type of participant, one might work better than the other. Use your judgment during the interview to find what works best. One thing that I'll always ask you to remember when doing interviews, not just customer or user, any interview, is to read the room. Of course, you'll have your script ready, your small talk ready, the real topics you want to discuss ready, which is the point of the entire call. You'll do this and more. But if the person on the other side is not in the right frame of mind to have a discussion with you, it becomes a pointless exercise and a waste of everyone's time. So make sure the people you end up talking to are the right people. By this I mean they should have something to say, good or bad, doesn't matter. They should be invested in the product and they should be able to commit some time to answer questions from the team. At the end of the interview, do not forget to thank the participants for their time and insights. Also make sure to touch base with them again at a later date if there are any action items that need follow-up. Make sure you make clear notes right after the interview because you might forget a lot of the contextual information as time passes by. Highlight the key takeaways and action items for your team. Let's get back to a discussion on MVP and further build on it. Your MVP will help you find the product market fit. Product market fit is the holy grail that everybody is in search of. So what's it all about? What does product market fit really mean? I can't really say that if X number of people use your product and Y out of them buy it, you've reached product market fit. It's not really that black and white. It's subjective, but it's also data driven. You must be thinking that now I'm just saying contradictory things. When your phone doesn't stop ringing and everybody wants to use your product is when you've actually reached product market fit. By everyone, I don't really mean everyone. It is the people you want to use your product. But even that is not accurate. Sometimes you target your product to a certain group, but it ends up becoming popular with another. Let's try again. When you're unable to keep pace with the speed with which customers are onboarding, giving feedback, and wanting more, is when you achieve product market fit. When the market is pulling your product versus you having to push it down people's throat is when you've reached product market fit. It's that state when the demand outstrips the supply or when you're continuously playing catch up. You're growing so fast that you're not able to scale your infrastructure. When all of this happens, it means, my friend, that you have achieved product market fit. It's a great feeling, but it's also just the beginning. So, why do you need product market fit? The concept of product market fit is very popular in tech circles, but the truth is that businesses have been applying it from the beginning of time. It just didn't have a name for it. It's a simple mathematical calculation. It's all about resources. You all have finite resources at our disposal. Unless you're $1 billion company, history has shown that even they have their limits. Unless you are a maverick, an outlier whose life's mission is to see their idea through, and it is either that idea or nothing else. You need product market fit because You don't want to build something that nobody wants to use. You don't want to build something that people won't give up their current solution for. You don't want to build a product that solves a problem that people would rather just live with. You don't want to solve a problem that only a handful of people are facing. Except sometimes, maybe, you don't want to spend time solving a problem that the market is telling you isn't worth solving. You don't want to solve a problem that is already being solved by others really well and people don't want to switch. You will always find examples contrary to what I just said. People who have defied odds and built companies when it didn't seem possible. But they are far and few, and more of an exception rather than a rule. So, how do you achieve product market fit? There isn't one, two, or three things that can help you to achieve product market fit. No magical pill in this case, but there are things that when people do again and again over time, they're able to either achieve product market fit or realize that their product isn't right. And that is fine too. Let's look at the different things that you need to keep in mind when you're trying to find out where your idea stands. Number one, understanding the problem. First and foremost, you need to understand the problem. Actually, that isn't very accurate. Let's try again. First and foremost, you need to find whether what you think is a problem is actually a problem. Do you think this is a problem because this is something that has been irritating you for a while, or are you able to find other people who also look at this as a problem? Having a grasp on what you are going to solve is the very first step towards building something that will be successful. There can be a few different scenarios here. There's a clear problem and nobody has solved it till now. Either it's too tough or maybe it's not worth solving. For example, space travel. It's not an easy problem to solve. The problem is being solved right now, but the solution isn't that good. Or there is no problem at all. Users don't know what the idea is, but you think they will jump off their seat when they hear it. So what do? You write a problem statement. It should answer two questions. What is the problem? And why do you think it should be solved? Once you've done this, you need to define the value proposition. This is why you think people will buy your product. This is what differentiates you from the pack. Your value proposition should be unique. Users should be able to pick it up easily. It shouldn't be easy to replicate. Some examples of value proposition are: your solution has better user experience, your solution is faster, it's cheaper, your solution's quality is superior. Write down what you think is your value proposition. A clear value proposition is easier for customers to understand. If your target user hears your marketing messages and says, "Oh, that makes sense, I get it," it means that your value proposition is spot on. Value proposition is not a slogan. It's not a catchphrase. It's not a tagline. You can create lots of them if you're clear about what your value proposition is. The value proposition should be in plain, simple English, minus all the marketing jargon or trending keywords. Next, research the market. A lot of things we're talking about actually will happen in parallel. It's not like you first come up with your problem statement and then look at the market. You must have looked at the market while writing the problem statement. The reason why we have different sections for each of these is so that you spend enough time on all of them. Don't ignore a section if you find it boring or tough and you just want to start building things. There are lots of ways to do market research, and it should not be limited to sitting in front of the laptop and doing stuff, even though Google can answer almost everything. Some things you can do for your market research: find people who understand the segment you want to focus on, talk to them, pick their brains on what problems you have identified, tell them what your idea is, take the feedback. Identify competitors that exist in the market, both direct and indirect. Try to find people in your network who use these products. Talk to them and find out how satisfied they are with the product. Are there any events that might be helpful for you to attend? Industry conferences where you can find a ton of people who might be interested in your product. See how people react
to your product pitch. Check out reviews on forums for competitive products. Is anybody talking about the gap in their current offering that your product can fill? Find out what people are searching online and what they find. What does the typical user's journey for a target audience look like? How do they discover the solutions to their problem? Is it by searching online or through recommendations from friends? Next, you need to identify the customer. Find and talk to people you think are going to use your product and find it useful. Create a customer persona, include information on what does the day in the life of the customer look like, what motivates them, what frustrates them, what works for them, what is the one thing they could use help with. Learn to empathize with them. Different qualitative and quantitative methods exist that can help you collect this information. You can do user surveys, you can ask product market fit questions to users that can help you get insights when you're building out the product. Questions can be multiple choice or open-ended. You can collect information like the type of device, the browser that the users use, the kind of apps they like, and the products they use currently solve their issues. We'll also do focus groups, set aside some time to get a good mix of users to come up as a group and discuss how they feel about the product, what their expectations were, and how does it compare to their experience so far. You can also do customer interviews. We've talked about it before. You can also do some walkthroughs with customers of the product, see how they're using different features, navigating through the UI, and interacting with the various elements. What actually matters in the end is the quality and not the quantity of your interactions with the users. Make the effort to come up with questions that will help you make decisions. Be cognizant of everyone's time and customize your interaction with each of them accordingly. So how do you actually test product market fit? Once your product is out there, do you just sit back and relax? Not really. This is where the real fun starts. Assessment of product market fit is important. You now have a chance to see how your users are responding to what you've built. Insights from the interactions or lack of it maybe will tell you what the future of your product is. There are three possible outcomes from your MVP. People are in love with your product and want it now. People like what you build, but it's not their favorite tool to solve the problem. Nobody's using the product. There could be a lot of different reasons for each of the outcome. To find it, you really need to look at your data. Here are some pointers. Now, who is using the MVP? If the people using the MVP are the people who you thought would use it, then you are correct about your target audience. Your messaging resonates with them as they're making their way to your website. But if people who are using your product do not match your target audience, then you have a problem. You need to find the root cause of this. Is there a mismatch with what your product offers and what the messaging implies? Or are your target audience not who you thought they were? Next, how many people are using your MVP? You might have the perfect MVP according to you, but if not enough people are using it, you will never be able to get feedback to improve. You'll have to look at the different stages of your funnel to see where the customer is dropping off. Are enough people coming to your site to try out the product? Are people landing on your site but nobody's signing up for the product? Next, think about how people are using your product. You can find creative ways to use products, sometimes not in the way it is intended to be used. Needs. Do the customer needs match the problem you're trying to solve? Is the feedback telling you something else? Are you solving a different problem? Next, are they telling their friends about it? This is one of the most important signals that tells you if you're close to reaching product market fit. If people really like your product, they will tell others about it. And finally, how active are the users? Are people interacting with the product or are they just signing up without spending much time on the product? Do they find it difficult to understand how to use the product, or are they not sure what to do with the product? Sometimes you might try everything possible and still fail. You really believe in your idea, but it just doesn't take off. You're not able to find that product market fit. All I can say is give it your best shot. So your product might not have a market to fit in right now. Sometimes the time just ain't right and the market isn't ready. It's tough to put yourself out there to actually follow the data versus what your heart tells you. Take what you learned and move on. You live to fight another day. Like I said, sometimes the time ain't right. Let's dive a little bit deeper on product feedback. We've touched upon it a few times earlier in our course. The fact of the matter is that you can come up with a really inspiring vision, a great product strategy, but if you're not listening to your users, none of it matters. Feedback is where I would advise you to also start your journey when you join a new company. You shouldn't first look at the company strategy or the roadmap, but you should try and dig right into the feedback and hear what users are saying about the product, so that later, when you do look at the strategy and the roadmap, you're able to identify how in sync or out of sync is the team with the users. Also, if you're new to product management, product feedback is a great starting point to roll up your sleeve and start using the product. Having a well-rounded system in place that helps you effectively manage the feedback goes a long way in building a successful product roadmap that truly reflects the needs of the customer. In this section, we will look at how you can easily set one up. There are a few key sources where you get your feedback from. Either you'll get it from your internal stakeholders when they use the product for demoing it to prospects, onboarding new customers, troubleshooting problems that existing users might be facing, or building or testing out updates that need to be released. You can also get feedback from customers who use your product to run their business. If the needs of their business change, they might request new functionality from you, or if something breaks, they might log in a bug in your system. Similarly, prospects who are currently evaluating your product will be able to tell you whether it satisfies all the use cases or not. In order to effectively manage feedback, it's important to identify the different types. You can come up with as many categories, but the real question is, why do you actually need different types of feedback or categories? One, to just be able to manage it, to be honest. And second, by looking at different categories of the feedback, you'll be able to get a well-rounded picture of how your product is being perceived by users. Let's look at some of the common categories of feedback that you will come across. The first one is a new product idea. This is a completely new product or feature that does not exist today. A lot of these come from the sales team in the conversation with prospects. They provide you with a view into the evolving customer needs and the competitive landscape for your industry. When looking at them, take note of the following. What is the problem that the user is trying to solve? Is there a feature that can solve the problem but isn't obvious enough? Is there a workaround that can be a temporary solution? Or does a company even want to solve this problem? The second type of feedback is people asking for updates or changes to an existing feature. By making those, you'll probably be able to extend the usability of the product. And finally, the third one is bugs. Something is not working as intended. It could either be because there's an issue with the product that needs to be fixed, or we're trying to use a feature in a way that it's not supposed to work. Trust me, that happens a lot. Now, what do you do when you get feedback on the product? Well, the first step is to see if the information you've got is enough for you to take the idea forward. You will a lot of times be stating an idea which you can't figure out the head and tail of. Now, if you can't understand what the user is saying, you can't really help them. So make sure that you're able to gather as much information from the users that you need. It won't always be possible, but you can at least try. Now, ideally, the information you need to take the idea forward would be
What is the problem users are facing? How would they like us to solve the problem? If they have any screenshots, videos, or visuals that might help us better understand the problem. And lastly, how important is it to fix the problem? Which brings us to our next topic, which is setting a priority on the feedback. So once you've got the feedback, the next step is to set the priority on it. You will go over the information provided to make sure that everything is there that for you to get started. You then do the due diligence to find out the priority on the feedback. Now the question that a lot of us struggle with is how much time do you need to spend on an idea that comes through after you've had the initial bit of information? There is no magic formula, no standard SOP that I can provide you. But here are some pointers that have helped me over the years. Number one, some ideas keep coming up again and again over time, and the team has decided not to work on them unless it's been a while or something has changed that makes the idea worthwhile. You can prioritize them fairly quickly. The tough part with these ideas is how do you communicate the team's stance to the person who submitted it. Number two, some ideas are too big to be handled in a short period of time. They're more like initiatives, to be honest, like a whole new module or a vertical or an application. From the get-go, you know that the resources required to build them are substantial. Unless they align with your product vision, strategy, or roadmap, these ideas are not going to be worked on in the immediate future. You should from time to time investigate them, but the exercise is much larger than what you do for most of the feedback that you get. You can classify feedback into 4 priority levels. P1, this is the highest level of priority and needs immediate attention. The team needs to start working on it immediately. P2, it is important to work on this update and someone in the engineering team would pick it up in maybe a week or 2. P3, it is nice to have this feature and someone might start working on it in a month. P4, this is a nice to have, but there are no plans to work on it in the immediate future. It's important to know that these priorities are for only internal use. There is a different way you communicate it to the external stakeholders since they're more interested in knowing if their idea is going to be worked on and released. Here are some common states that you can assign ideas to for external teams. Will likely not do. These are P4 requests that are not likely to be worked on. Will likely do. This is a prioritized list of all the items that will be worked on. Generally, the items at the top of the backlog are put in development queue and picked up by them when there is capacity in the team. In development, the update is being worked on. The idea is in development. The idea is being worked on by the engineering team and will be available once it's ready. Released, work on the idea is done and it is available for everyone. I hope you found this section on product feedback useful. You will do a lot of that as a product manager. Going through feedback and listening to what users are saying is critical. But you just can't keep building on the product feedback on an ad hoc basis. I mean, you can, but soon you start feeling like a headless chicken running around from one update to another without really knowing whether you're going on the right path towards the destination. Your product will look like it's badly bruised and it has a lot of bandages on it. That is where the product roadmap comes in. It gives you a sense of direction on where you are headed, and you make sure that most of your actions are in sync with where the product roadmap needs to be. Let's dive a little bit deeper into what exactly a product roadmap is before building one. So what is a product roadmap? It is representation and communication of the product strategy of the company for the next 6, 12 or 18 months. It can be in the form of a document, a PowerPoint slide or a Gantt chart. There are lots of online tools available that you can also use to build out and showcase your roadmap with. Why are product roadmaps important? So early on in my career, I used to wonder why it's necessary to have a published roadmap. As part of the product team, I was pretty aware of what was going on and what was going to be built in the coming months. It was only later that I realized that every team is busy focusing on their work and probably don't breathe product in and out each day. Therefore, a published roadmap is critical for the success of any product team because it promotes a culture of transparency in the organization. It aligns the different teams towards a common goal. It inspires the organization. It creates excitement about the future. And finally, it empowers everyone in the team to scrutinize it. So, who is the product roadmap for? Each stakeholder is looking for something very specific in the roadmap. For example, customers want to know what they can expect in the short or long term. Prospects evaluating the product want to find out what new use cases will the product solve for in the future. Investors want to see the strategic direction that the company is taking. Engineering team wants to know the technical competencies needed in the coming months. The sales teams wants to understand features that would fulfill use cases for their pipeline. And marketing team needs to know what they need to add into their own marketing roadmap in order to support future releases. So what influences the roadmap? Your vision, of course, your goals, the external feedback you get from users, internal feedback from your company, and finally competitors. Your product roadmap should reflect how you will respond to the evolving pace of competition. We'll not be able to do this in one day. It's important to take out some time each week to look into what key competitors are doing, what prospects are saying about them. Track how you compare against them. Do a feature gap analysis and keep it updated. Identify the ones that need to be fixed. So all this is great, but if I wanted to make a product roadmap, how would I go about it? Where will I start? Well, frankly, all this can sometimes sound overwhelming, but don't worry about it. Product roadmaps are not built overnight. They are a culmination of cross-functional collaboration of all teams and is led by the product managers. But it doesn't end there. It then becomes a live document that needs to reflect the changing needs of the business. So you will have to shuffle things around and make changes. It's not a great habit, but it will happen. You can organize your roadmaps in a couple of ways. Theme-based. You can have different themes and projects under them. For example, improving customer onboarding can be one of the themes. Redesigning the sign-up flow can be a project under that theme. Or you can have an objective-based roadmap. You can have a high-level objective, then club different development projects under them. For example, your objective might be to increase revenue by 17%, and you group together everything that's aimed towards increasing revenue under that one objective. Once you've decided what themes you're going to focus on or the objective that you're going to target, you need to identify all the problems by going over the feedback from different sources. You filter the ones that should be considered worth spending time on. Use 3 filters in this step. You ask yourself, is this problem urgent? Is this pervasive? Are customers willing to pay for it? The reason for this is that you will have hundreds of ideas. Not each of them needs to go through the same amount of due diligence. At this steps, prioritize the idea based on the data you have, consultations with the stakeholders and the vision of the company. There are lots of great frameworks you can use to do that, for the very simple ones to the more complex ones. Let's look at a few of them. The first one is RISE. It was developed at Intercom and it prioritizes features based on 4 variables and stack ranks them based on the RISE score. The 4 variables are reach, which is the percentage of users who will use a feature. Impact, the value of the features for the users. Confidence is how confident are you in the data that you're providing. And effort is the resources needed to build and launch the feature. When you get all these values together, use the formula for RISE to come to the RISE score. The feature with the highest rise score is the one that you develop first. Now we made some extensive videos on the prioritization framework. So if you want to dive deeper into the RISE framework, feel free to look at those videos. Next is the Kanu model. It prioritizes features based on customer satisfaction and implementation effort required to get it out of the door. All features are assigned a category depending on the value you assign to the variables. There will be 3 categories. Number 1 is basic. The product doesn't work without them. Delightful. Initial effort into these features will delight the customers, but it tapers off after a point. And third is performance. Customer satisfaction is directly proportional to the effort you put in it. The third framework is the Moscow method. This method groups all the work into 4 buckets. The first bucket is must have, the second bucket is should have, the third bucket is could have, and the fourth bucket is would have. You assign resources to the must haves first and then move down to should haves and could haves. Won't have is a category of things that you don't intend to tackle in the short or mid-term. Another way of prioritizing work is by using story mapping. As the name suggests, you map out the journey of how your customers use the product. Divide the journey into different segments. List out the different actions that make up a segment. This provides one view to all the stakeholders. Now work with the stakeholders to prioritize work within each segment. If you're interested in learning more about these frameworks, you can check out some of the videos on our channel where we take a deep dive into some of them. Product roadmap is subject to change. You might have given a full-fledged product roadmap presentation to a packed house, and within weeks you have to shuffle things around and add new items to the roadmap. That means bumping a few off the roadmap, and it can be frustrating. But business is always changing and you need to either adapt or perish. At times, flexibility can hurt the productivity of the team more than the gains it provides. As a product manager, you are that gatekeeper who balances the need to be flexible, but not so much that it brings the development to a standstill. You can do this by doing the due diligence on the new items and analyzing whether they in fact qualify to be higher up in the prioritized list of ideas. The goal is always to provide as much stability as possible to the teams doing the downstream work. So how do you communicate a roadmap? Communication is dependent on the audience. Build a master roadmap that you can share with the entire company. Then build customized ones for key stakeholders that can highlight and focus on things that interest them. Presentation of a roadmap should only include high-level information about the project. Steer clear of getting into the nitty-gritty details of implementation. Not everyone needs to know them. But always be prepared and ready with all the finer details in case it ever comes up in the Q&A sessions. It is easy for the roadmap sessions to get out of hand. Here are a few things you can do to avoid that. Share the final roadmap a day ahead of the presentation. It gives people some time to go over it in advance. Define the agenda before the start of the presentation. Be clear about how much time you have to spend on each section of the roadmap. Keep at least the last 20 minutes for Q&A. Some questions will end up becoming a discussion on implementation. It might not be relevant for the entire team. Park those questions for a side discussion after the presentation. When you present to customers or prospects, do not commit to anything because, as discussed, product roadmaps are subject to change. And the last thing you want is your customers making a commitment to their customers based on your commitment to them. Yes, that's a very long sentence. So the jury is still out on whether you should show tech debt in a roadmap. My take on it is it depends on the audience. For internal teams, I show large tech debt items as part of the roadmap. Otherwise, the question comes up, what is the rest of the engineering team working on? When presenting to customers, I do not show tech debt because most of them don't care about it. Or worse, they might look at it and start having doubts on the stability of the platform. In the end, it's all about balance, a roadmap that keeps in mind the needs of the users and business now while anticipating what they will need in the future will make the desired impact. In the next section, we're going to look at how to break down the roadmap into more actionable chunks of features, epics, user stories, and tasks.
As a product manager, you are responsible for strategic work as well as tactical. Strategic work involves defining the product strategy and the vision for the company. Tactical work is everything else that goes into converting that vision into reality. A good part of this video will spend on discussing why is it actually important to break down a large project or a feature or a problem into smaller bits, because lots of times teams don't seem to agree on the importance of this aspect of product development. And when they don't agree and believe in it, what ends up happening is you end up building user stories that aren't necessarily user stories. So we'll talk more about that later. But why is it important is because the devil is in the details. You can't tell your team to build something without defining how it should behave. Otherwise, they will end up building it in the way they understand and not how it needs to work. I've actually seen this happen over and over again. You go about building what seems to be a small feature without really defining it, without putting the thought or time or effort into it. And then as the team starts building it out without requirements, they realize, oh my God, this is actually not a small feature, it's a big feature. So it's important to break down the project into smaller chunks in order to actually estimate it as well. So it's better to realize this before as a product manager versus sitting in a grooming meeting with the development team. So let's look at a hypothetical example to explain the importance of this further. Your company has a blog page, the marketing team believe that the engagement of the blog is low. They've looked at the numbers and they think there is room for improvement. And they have a hypothesis, which is if people interact more on the blog page, it will lead to increase in traffic. Now the team believes that there are different types of solutions that can do it, and their final conclusion is that if you could add the ability to comment on the blog, then that would mean the engagement would increase. Now the team comes to you and say, hey, now this is what we want to build, so can you help us? So now we're assuming that we've done all the due diligence and we prioritize this and this is what we want to build. So as a product manager, you have two options. You can go talk to the engineering manager and tell him, hey, I just want to add the ability to add a comment on blog post. And the engineering manager takes it over. So in this option, this is where your work ends and you leave it up to the engineering team. So two things might happen. The engineering team might have this amazing superpower. They might be able to read your mind and know exactly how you want the feature to work. And that's what happens most of the time. No, it doesn't. That never happens. What really happens is the team will start building something, but there will be tons of questions on how things should work. You'll be able to answer some of them, others you probably hadn't thought about, which is all right. For example, should people be able to reply to other people's comments? Can anybody comment, or only logged-in users can comment? What should be the word limit on the comment? Now, what seemed like an easy 2-day job is slowly started to become a multi-week project with more things to figure out. In the end, what will happen is the feature will not be released because there will be too many unanswered questions. Nobody will really know what to do, and it will keep getting delayed, and everybody will just be very unhappy. Now there's an option too, the right way to do it. So as a product manager, you take out the time and put in the effort to list down exactly how this feature that the marketing team wants needs to behave. You define what the first iteration of it should look like. You break down the requirements into smaller parts. You take out time to think of all the edge cases. You identify and list out things that are out of scope for this project. Now, if you go with this option, what will result in is there will be less questions during the development. Feature will be ready on time and it will work exactly the way you want it to behave. Well, so I guess everybody would choose option 2, right? It seems like the better option. So now how would you go about working through an option 2? So let's look at a framework of epics, user stories and tasks, which is a great way of translating business requirement into product features. It has a lot of advantages. Number one, smaller stories are easier for the engineering team to understand and work on. They're also easier to track and give you a more accurate understanding of the progress of the project. It also gives you more flexibility of releasing the feature in smaller iterations, and you can get feedback sooner from users, which is great. You can also gauge the success or failure of the project through the feedback. Some questions come to mind. How small should the user story be? Is there a method to the madness? So let's look at each of the elements. On the top, you will have your feature or the problem you're trying to solve. Now that feature or problem can be broken down into smaller epics. Under every epic will be multiple user stories, and under user stories there will be smaller tasks. Now let's look at each of them. What is an epic? So an epic is a logical collection or grouping of user stories that fit together. A project can have many epics and each epic can have many user stories. Now there's some common questions that come up during the discussion of epics. The first one is, does it make sense to have an epic for every release? Absolutely no. Sometimes you might have a really small user story that you want to release. But if you have a set of user stories that relate to some common problem you're trying to solve, then you can actually group them under an epic. But absolutely no, you don't need to have an epic for every release. You're not trying to create extra work or processes when it's not required. Do you have to release all the user stories in an epic together? There is no hard and fast rule for that one. It depends on what makes it easier for the team to manage and track the product. You can either have multiple release versions in one epic or have one epic for each release for user stories. The end goal is to make the team's life easier when tracking these projects. If it's not doing that, then you need to find a better way of working. Let's talk about user stories now. A user story defines an interaction that the user has with the product, and it can be independently tested. A very common format that you'll see is, as a user, I want to, and then you explain what the end goal is for the user. The user in this case can be a customer or a prospect who is using a feature, or it can be your internal stakeholders if you're trying to build something for your internal teams. In this case, the marketing team. So this statement is followed by the acceptance criteria, which is a series of bullet points which form the boundaries around which the solution needs to work. It would be something like the solution should be able to do X, Y, but the solution shouldn't do Z. So the next thing you want to talk about is tasks. Over the years, I've heard a lot of different definitions around tasks. For me, tasks is a set of things that the development team needs to do in order to complete a feature. Most stories would generally be further broken down into tasks, but you don't necessarily need a user story to complete a task, because a task might be building APIs or doing some backend work or doing some other things that need to be done in order to release that user story. Now, anybody in the team can create a task. In larger teams, it's better to define type of task. It makes reporting easier. In most cases, the development team will break down user stories into smaller tasks, like we said. So I hope you got the gist of what we're trying to do with the feature, right? You're just breaking it down into smaller chunks so that can be consumed by the team. Now, this format is used globally by a lot of companies, but there are obviously some challenges with it as well, because no format or framework is perfect. You run into issues at some point. Some of them that I have personally run into are, sometimes I've had the engineering team come and tell me, hey, the user story is not broken up enough. You break it down further, and you learn as you go down the line. Sometimes I've been told, hey, you have broken it down way too much. So you have to try and find that balance. I've also had teams that have actually converted development tasks into user stories, which is a big no-no. Actually should not happen. And user stories have been converted into development tasks. There is also a question when you're trying to estimate, should you estimate a user story or a task? And then who owns what? Like, does the product manager own the epic and user stories, and the dev team owns the task? So these are some of the things that I actually don't have answers for. The only answer I have is it depends on the team, So you have to talk to your team because before implementing this, because eventually the goal is to make everyone's life a tad bit easier. But if it's not doing that, is causing more friction in the team, then it's not doing its job. So you have to balance the need for the framework versus what works best for the team. You also need to make sure that you educate the team on how you're actually breaking down the user stories and grouping them. Take their feedback and iterate and until you found the right balance.
User stories are small pieces of a large puzzle, just like this 1,000-piece Naruto puzzle featured above. It took me and my wife almost 6 months to complete it. Now that's a completely different user story that we'll not be discussing in this video. But in the end, we had to go to the eye doctor and get our eyes checked. User stories are an integral part of the software development process. If you work in product management, design or development, you will be working with user stories a lot. They'll become a constant companion. So you want to build a product or a feature. Do you just start writing user stories with your idea? No. You have to go through the entire process of discovery, talk to customers until you finally figure out what you want to build. You also have to do the prioritization exercise. So for this video, we'll just assume that you've already done all the good stuff and you now are in a position where you want to implement your idea through a set of user stories. What we'll focus in this video on is, first, why do we need a user story? Who is it for? Who uses user stories? Who writes them? Key elements of user stories. Then we'll dive deeper into the actual gist of user stories. We'll talk about user story mapping. We'll look at an example. We'll then look at feature hierarchy. And then we'll end up with the user story template that we'll end up using day to day in your daily work. And look at also the invest framework so that you can do a sanity check on your user stories before sending it to the development team. So why do we need a user story? It's a good question. Why can't we just start building out a software without a user story? Well, you can try it, but you won't necessarily end up anywhere. You'll have too many questions by the end of the day. You'll get super confused and you'll just give up. What a user story helps you do is it helps you take these small concrete steps to achieve the vision that you have for your product. It does it by helping you, one, focus on what is important, agree on the scope of the product, prioritize the order of development, align the different teams to achieve the common goal, estimate the effort required to completing the feature, track how close you are to completing your product goals, collaborate with cross-functional teams on what it would take to complete the story, and finally, fit all the moving parts of the puzzle together. You start with what's most important and then move up and build layers of feature and functionality that enhance the user experience and brings value to them. Who uses a user story? Product managers. It enables product managers to translate their thoughts into a living document. It's important for them because it enables them to get feedback on what they think needs to happen and communicate the final expectations with the team. Developers and QAs use a user story as the single source of truth. If they have any questions about how things should work, they eventually go back to the user story. If they still have some questions or concerns, then they go and talk to the product manager. Engineering managers use user stories to estimate and track projects based on the resources they have available, and designers use user stories to build out how the user will interact with the product. Who writes the user stories? Well, you think this would be an easy one to answer, but actually it's not. You think it's product managers? But a lot of companies don't have product managers. What? Yes, that is the reality of the day. You might end up working in companies that don't have product managers and you'll have to deal with it. So, what I've seen user stories being written by product managers, business analysts, software architects, engineering managers, developers, CEOs, co-founders. I'm not a big fan of titles, so instead of focusing on who this title is that is writing the user story, let's focus on the skills that a person needs to have in order to write these user stories. 1. Empathy for users. If you don't understand the challenges that users are going through, you will not be able to write a user story. In-depth understanding of the user's needs. Grasp on the product vision and strategy of the company. Understanding the needs of the business, understanding the competitive landscape, working knowledge of the existing product and all the relevant features. In most cases, this is basically the job description for a product manager opening. Now let's look at the 4 key elements of a user story. Number 1 is user driven. Each user story is driven by a user's need. A particular type of users is always the focus of every user story. The completion of the user story helps the user in some way. It could be big or small, directly or indirectly. If you ever come across a user story that you can't relate to a user, then make sure to highlight that with the team. Something needs to change. A user doesn't necessarily need to be the end user of your external product. It can be one of your internal stakeholders who are using some internal products. Number 2, outcome. As discussed above, each user story has a purpose. At the completion of the user story, that purpose should be fulfilled. If the user story does not achieve the desired outcome, then it needs to be reworked. This can happen if performing the action described in the user story actually does not give you the desired result. Number 3, acceptance criteria. Achieving the desired outcome is just one part of your user story, right? There are lots of different ways. There are millions of ways in which you can get to the desired outcome. But there is only one way that it is acceptable to the team, because that is the way the team thinks is the right way for the users. That forms your acceptance criteria and is documented as a part of the user story. Number 4, definition of done. I can't tell you how many meetings I've sat in at the end of the sprints where there's confusion about the definition of done. Everybody has a different answer for what done means. Some people say, hey, done means the developer has completed the story. Somebody else will say the QA has tested the story. Somebody else will say the designer has reviewed the story, which means it's done. Or somebody else will say, hey, no, the regression has to be complete before you say the story is done. So please try to avoid this confusion. It is important that we are all clear about what done means. A common definition of done that has worked for me is the product manager has tested the user story along with the developer, QA, and designer. The user story passes all the acceptance criteria. It satisfies both functional and design requirements. Number 5, open and subject to change. One of the goals of writing a user story is because you want to make sure everybody is clear on the definition of done. But things might change that might lead to the change in scope of the user story. Some examples are, you go to the grooming meeting and the dev team finds out after doing their spies that the user story, it's not possible, it's not technically feasible to do. So you might have to change the scope, you might have to rewrite your user story. They might feel that the current implementation will actually take a lot of time, or the needs of the business has changed. So make sure that you're okay and you're flexible about the fact that user stories might change. Even though you are okay with user stories changing, make sure there's a valid reason to change it, just like the ones we discussed above. And you're not changing the user story at the whim and fancy of anyone and everyone, because that will only lead to chaos. All right, now comes the fun stuff, user story mapping. I really enjoy this exercise. It's one of the methods used by product teams to find ways to solve problems faced by users. You start with a blank canvas or board and map out the journey for the users through your product or service, key actions and interactions they have, challenges, bottlenecks that they face, things that are nice to have, must have, could have, should have. You do this exercise before launching a new product, as well as at regular intervals after the initial release. It helps you keep the user's need front and center as the product grows and becomes more complicated. Who do you invite to a user story session? Well, the short answer is anybody who can help improve the product. But you can't invite the entire company to this exercise. That's just not feasible. But what you can make sure is that there is representation from different teams like sales, customer success support, pre-sales, design and development. You'll discuss how to actually organize and run a user story mapping session in a separate video. For now, we're just going to assume that you've done your user story mapping exercise and you have something up on the board, and we're going to look at an example of it right now. So for the purpose of understanding user story mapping, let's forget about technology for a minute. What if I asked you to draw a user story map for buying a shirt the old school way? You might ask, what is the old school way? It is the way in which you drive to a store, you walk to an aisle and buy a shirt. What? Who does that? Well, my dad still does that. I'm sure your dad too. But the reason we're doing this is because we're so used to technology, and if I go through this example with an actual online experience, we'll just use your experience with these products to just write down the user story map, which kind of defeats the purpose, because you'll be focusing on all the features you have seen in your experience. So bear with me for some time, and let's try to go to a store to buy a t-shirt. So think about it for a minute. What are some of the steps that come to your mind if you had to go to the store? First, I guess I would try and find a store that sells shirts. Then I'd go to the store, pick up a shirt and then pay for it. Well, yeah, sounds enough, fairly high level, but I think it's good. Now some questions come to mind. Do the users have car? Do they use public transport? What type of shirt do they want? Do they have a price range? Any particular brands they like? Can they go to the store anytime? How much do they want to pay? Well, yeah, there's so many questions, right? And there's a barrage of questions that we can throw at you. What would really help is if we knew who was going to buy the shirt, understand the user, what the needs and wants are, what are the challenges they face. In short, wouldn't it be great if we had an in-depth understanding of the target user persona? That would really make our life easier, wouldn't it? Well, let's assume for the purpose of this exercise that you've done all that and you've been able to make informed decisions, and you have a user story map in front of you that looks something like this. And again, we're assuming that you worked with all your sales, customer success, all your stakeholders, and after discussing with them, this is something that all of you agree on. Now let's look at the user journey map. What you see is you see 3 levels in 3 different colors, blue, green, and yellow. At the very top is the goal of your exercise or for the user. The user wants to go to the store and buy a shirt. The next level in green are the 3 key things that they do in order to make or achieve the goal. They go to the store, they find the t-shirt, and they make the payment. The third level is the one in yellow, where you're further breaking down those actions into smaller bits. For example, if you talk about finding your shirt, there can be smaller actions that lead to the user finding the shirt. You have to locate the aisle, you have to look through options, you have to select the shirt you like, try them out, and pick out a winner. Now, like we said, right at the top in blue is what you'd call your goal or a theme. In green is the level 2, which is generally your epic, and everything that you see in yellow are user stories. So this is how you will organize your user story or your project or your goal inside of Jira or any other software that you use. On the very top would be a goal or a theme of buying the shirt. Then you will create different epics, and below those epics you will create all these different user stories. In this video, we'll take up one of those user stories and try to use the user story template to come up with the acceptance criteria for that particular user story. Now we'll talk about the user story template, and then we will apply that template to an actual example from the user story map that we have created. A user story consists of 4 parts. One is the user, the second is the action, the third is the result, and the fourth is the acceptance criteria. How it goes is, as a user, I want to be able to perform an action so that I can get an XYZ result. And then you list out all the acceptance criteria, which is the boundary within which your solution needs to work. Okay, so how would you apply this user story template to an actual story? So let's pick up the user story from the epic about finding the shirt and build the user story about locating the shirt aisle. This is how I would develop the story. As a user, I want to be able to find the shirt aisle of the store where shirts are kept. See, this is the action that you want to take so that I can choose the one that I want to take, which is the result. The acceptance criteria of this could look like, number 1, the search section should be marked clearly so that the user can find it. It should have a banner 10 by 2 feet on both sides of the aisle that are easily visible to the user from a distance. Arrows on the floor should point the user to various aisles. Store associates should be trained to help users find the aisle. I hope this exercise hasn't left all of you super confused. That wasn't the goal, I picked up a non-tech example for a reason, because I want you to focus on user story, thinking through the different steps or the journey of the user instead of focusing on the technology or the execution part of it, or getting biased with what you would generally see across all the different websites that you browse to buy t-shirts for yourself, because you would intuitively know what to do, right? So I do have a fun exercise for you. What if you think about it from a different angle? What if you had to do the same exercise for an online website? What do you think is the equivalent of this user story in an online storefront. What does finding the aisle mean? Take a second, think about it for a minute. I'll wait. 1, 2. Sorry guys, I can't wait more. I'm very impatient. So what comes to mind? Search bar, filter types. Yes, you can now see, websites with search bars and filters coming in front of you. Well, it could actually be either. It depends on what the overall UX strategy of the company is, what the goal of the company is. Is it to help users find things really, really fast as possible, or is it to get users to have an immersive experience and discover things as they browse? The same actually applies to brick and mortars too, but I guess it's easier to relate to online websites these days than it is to brick and mortar stores. Okay, now that you've written down a user story, you feel really happy about it. There's one thing I would advise you to do: use the invest framework, because one of the biggest challenges I faced early on in my career while writing user story was to figure out where it actually started and where it ended. Yeah, that is true, guys. It gets super confusing whether one user story that you've written is actually 2 user stories. And does it matter? In these situations, look at the invest framework and do a sanity check on your user story. Invest stands for independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small, and testable. Let's look at all the different parts. Independent means the user story should be complete within itself. You should be able to perform actions in the story by themselves. Negotiable. Software development can be confusing. We've talked about this before. On one hand, you want to provide clarity and consistency to the team, but you want to be flexible about the business needs or the other technical challenges you guys face. So what you have come up with the user story here, when you take it to the team, it's negotiable, right? The scope of it, the acceptance criteria, everything can change. Everything is on the table for discussion with the team. It has to be valuable. It has to have a positive impact on the user and the business. It could be time saving, ease of use, solving a problem, improving the user experience, reducing just something. There should be a value to the user directly or indirectly, and to the company as well. A user story is generally part of a theme that relates to a larger goal for the organization. The user story should be estimable, because the dev team should be able to look at it and tell you how much effort it will take for them to deliver it. Sometime this might not happen the first time you show them the user story. They might ask for spikes. Spikes are small, time-boxed tasks that development teams undertakes to figure out the technical implementation of user stories. Now, if your user story has incomplete information, or you leave something to interpretation, you will not be able to get a fair estimate. So in this case, the user story is considered incomplete, and you need to rework the user story as a product manager. This does not mean that as a product manager you will have all the answers, the first time you take the user story to the team. The user story that you write and you discuss with the dev team is the starting point. It is actually the beginning of creating a complete user story. Lots of things will change. Questions will come that you'll have to go and find answers for. Feedback you will get, which you'll have to then work into the user story. So based on the discussion, you'll update the user story to its final form, which will then be used by the team. Small. We've talked about this a lot. User stories should be really, really small. It makes it easier to track, test, and manage them. It also mitigates the risk in case things need to change. So whenever you write a user story, ask yourself, can I break it down further while adhering to the rest of the invest framework? Testable. Once you complete the user story, it should be testable by the team either in its entirety or through use cases that can validate it to the extent possible. You can test whether the feature works as expected, and whether it has the impact can only be validated when it goes out in the market. So that's basically the gist of the Invest framework. I have personally used it millions of times, and it has been very helpful for me when doing those check on the user story. It helps me get a little less confused. So I hope this video has helped you, and you'll be able to write user stories a little bit better after this. So far, so good. You've learned how to write user stories like a pro. Now it's time to learn how to work with development and bring your stories to life. This is when it gets real. It's time to start building out the actual product. For this, you have to work closely with the development and design team. Let's look at some things that are important for you to understand as a product manager at this stage. There are two popular ways using which you can develop your products. They're both great, and you pick one over the other based on the needs of your team. Let's look at each of them. The first one is Scrum. Software development has gone through a sea of change from the early days. From architectural patterns to design frameworks, things are always changing. Waterfall, Scrum, Agile, Lean, Extreme Programming, and Kanban are terms you will definitely encounter if you stay long enough in software development. Scrum is a framework. Scrum helps people work together to solve problems. Software companies all over the world use Scrum to deliver incremental improvements that bring value to users. Now, why is it so popular? It's because before Scrum, it was hard to find a framework that took into account the changing needs of the business. The older frameworks and methodologies were too rigid. Product development was treated like this giant blob, and users saw increments and improvements at a very slow pace. Scrum enabled companies to provide faster incremental improvements to users. Now, who makes up a Scrum team? A Scrum team is a small group by design. The following roles make up a Scrum team: a product owner or manager. They are responsible for maintaining the product backlog. The backlog is a collection of items that the development team needs to work on. It is prioritized so that the team can focus on tasks that bring the most value to users. The product owner or manager is the representative of the product team in Scrum. They're responsible for clarifying any questions that the development team might have. Questions can be about specific feature requirements, overall product vision and goals, or the business impact of the development projects. Next, you have the Scrum Master. The Scrum Master is the torch bearer of Scrum in your organization. They make sure that everybody feels supported in the Scrum process. Whenever issues arise, it is their role to get the team together to find solution. They coach the organization to get better at applying the Scrum frameworks. They make the development process transparent for all the stakeholders. Then you have developers. Developers focus on making incremental improvements in each sprint. They play a key role in planning the sprint. The product owner or manager identifies items that need development effort in order of priority. The developers then bring in the work to the sprint that they can commit to delivering by the end of the sprint cycle. Scrum defines the roles and responsibilities very clearly, but in reality, your company might not have all the roles. For example, a lot of smaller companies don't have Scrum Masters. In such cases, the product owner or the engineering managers lead the team to follow the Scrum guidelines. Some companies don't have product owners. They might have product managers or business analysts or both. In some cases, the product manager creates the user stories and the engineering team breaks it down further during the sprint planning. The point here is that the title does not matter if people with the right skills are there to do the job. So what makes up a Scrum? First up is Sprint. A sprint is a time-bound recurring event during which the developers work on making incremental updates. The length of the sprint can vary between 1 to 4 weeks. The length of the sprint should be long enough to give developers enough time to complete a meaningful amount of work, but it shouldn't be so long that the business starts to wonder when they will see the next release. I have seen 2-week sprints work out well for most companies. Product backlog. This is a list of all the things that need to be developed. During the sprint planning meeting, the engineering team looks at the product backlog. Items are moved from the product backlog to the sprint backlog until the team reaches its capacity. Sprint backlog. During the sprint planning meeting, the engineering team identifies items they can complete in a given sprint. Knowing the sprint velocity, the items together form the sprint backlog. You should not increase the scope of a sprint after it starts, but you can reduce it if in the course of development you realize that there are unknowns that the team hadn't planned for. When this happens, you should talk to your product owner and decide on the best course of action. Sprint planning. The sprint planning meeting takes place a day before the beginning of the new sprint. The goal of this meeting is to go over the product backlog, come up with a rough estimate for items, and add them to the sprint backlog. This is the interactive session between the developers, the product owner, and the Scrum Master. Any doubts raised should be clarified in this meeting or added as an action item to be followed up and resolved later. I have often noticed that teams suffer from planning fatigue. As a result, not much attention is paid to the requirement at this stage. This causes issues later on during development, so better try to avoid it. Daily Scrum Stand-up. Every Scrum team meets daily for not more than 15 minutes. The meeting is held at the same time and place each day. The goal is to get a quick update from each member. Everyone answers the following 3 questions: what they worked on yesterday, any blockers or issues they're facing, what will they focus on today. Parking lot is a term used during Scrum meetings. It is used when an issue is taking too much time and needs to be discussed separately. It means that you park your issue till the end of the meeting. Once the meeting ends, the right set of people can get together to solve the issues. Sprint review. At the end of the Scrum, a review meeting is held. The goal of the meeting is to go over the sprint and close things that have been completed and conform to the definition of done. It is an opportunity for the team to look at what has been accomplished and what has changed during the sprint. This provides them insights on how the sprint can be planned better in the future. The sprint retrospective. This meeting takes place after the completion of the sprint. When the sprint review meeting is complete, the goal of this meeting is to look back at the sprint and discuss ways to improve. The following 3 questions are very effective in running retrospective meetings. What went well, what didn't go well, and how can we improve? The retrospective is an opportunity for everybody to share their unique experience. Sometimes people might feel shy to share their opinion on a public forum. Retrospectives can also become repetitive sometimes, and people can start getting bored. So you might want to spice things up and make it interesting to keep everybody engaged. One fun way is to add a 4th section called shoutouts. It's an opportunity to thank your teammates who supported you and helped you during the sprint. This exercise is a great morale booster for the team. Scrum has a lot of benefits for teams that invest in it. Let's look at some of them. Number 1 is transparency. Everyone in the team is aware of what is the development queue. They know what is expected from them at the end of the sprint. The product owner keeps all the stakeholders in the loop on what to expect at the end of each sprint. As a result, there is no ambiguity on how much progress is being made towards the achievement of product goals. Number two is flexibility. Scrum is designed to work in the real world. It takes into account the unpredictability of the business and how new information can cause plans to change. Scrum focuses on incremental improvements to meet product goals. This means that you don't invest too much time in development at one go. You can change priorities as they come in to focus. Scrum also lets you customize its process to suit your needs. For example, the length of the sprint, the time allocated to daily stand-ups, or the size of your Scrum team. All of them can change. Number three is clarity. One of the big challenges with development is that we sometimes tend to forget what we discussed. That can cause confusion. Scrum makes sure that everyone is clear on the definition of done. It is agreed upon during the sprint planning meeting and used during the sprint review meetings before closing tickets. It also gives clarity to the stakeholders on what to expect. If they disagree with what's in the upcoming sprint, they can go and talk to the product owner on how things are prioritized. And finally, Scrum helps remove redundancy. Scrum encourages efficient working. Documentation is one of the examples. In Scrum, you only document what's necessary and needed. You document what you decide, your milestones, actionable items that need to be tracked. There are a few challenges with Scrum because no process or framework is perfect. While Scrum addresses issues faced by the users with older frameworks, it creates some of its own. For example, applying and managing sprints can be a challenging and time-consuming proposition, especially if you're just starting out your Scrum journey. You will also face issues estimating work that you take on in the sprint. A lot of teams use point poker, but it's just a guesstimate. You need to track your team's velocity over a long period of time to bring in some level of accuracy on how much work you can do in a sprint. So Scrum is fun, but there is another one that can do the job, and it's called Kanban. So let's learn a bit more about Kanban as well. So what is Kanban? Kanban is a visual way of managing and completing work. Its focus is to make you faster in completing the work that is in progress. It does so by focusing on removing bottlenecks that exist for the team. You'll often hear Kanban is lean, Scrum is agile. What does that even mean? It means that the primary goal of Kanban is to increase the speed of the work in progress. On the other hand, the goal of Scrum is to deliver working software as quickly as possible. Kanban comes to life with the Kanban board. The goal of this board is to provide transparency to everyone on the work being done. Let's look at some of the key components that make up the Kanban board. First up is cards. The Kanban card gives you all the important information regarding the work. There is no prescribed format for what needs to be on the card and what can't. You should always put what your team finds useful in it. Think of it this way: if you had a physical Kanban board in your office and one of the leaders walked by, they should be able to understand what is happening and the current state of the team by looking at the cards. I've listed down some of the common information that you will find in Kanban cards. The cards usually have a title, which is basically telling you what the work is about. It will have a story number for tracking purposes, due date of when it needs to be completed, the type of work, whether it's a story, bug, or a task, platform information, whether it is something relating to the website or the mobile apps, is it iOS or Android, release information, which release is it going to be part of, and assigned to, who is it assigned to. Next up is columns. The current state of work is defined by columns. All work in a particular stage resides under the same column. There is no limitation on what you can call your column or the total number of columns on your board. Just don't make it too long, otherwise it will become unmanageable. Each card travels across from one column to the other, from left to right, till it reaches its destination. So how does one decide what columns make sense for you? By looking at your workflow. Ask yourselves, what happens to the work once it lands in your team's queue? Let's look at this board. It will give you an example of the different columns that teams can have. You can have a prioritized backlog column. All things that your team needs to work on come in under this column. It is prioritized from top to bottom so that when bandwidth opens up in the engineering team, new items can be picked up. You can have a development column, all items that are being actively worked on by developers. Or you can have a testing column, all items that are being tested by the QA team. And finally, you can have something like a done column. Everything that has been completed and is ready for release comes in this column. An important concept that is applied across the entire Kanban board is the work in progress. This is the work being done by the team. You can look at the total team work in progress, each column work in progress, or even each person's work in progress. It tells you what is the total number of things that are being worked on at this point of time. However, work in progress doesn't always tell you what the total workload on the team is. From work in progress comes work in progress limits. Notion behind the work in progress limits is that if you focus on 1,000 different things at once, you'll not be able to make much progress. The idea is to set boundaries on how many things the team and its members can juggle at any given point of time. If you give them more things, their efficiency starts getting battered, bottleneck starts to emerge, and nothing gets done. You should set your initial WIP limits based on what the team thinks will work, and then tweak it as you move along. You will find that you did either one of the two. You either overestimated your team's capacity for doing work. In this case, you'll begin to see all the Kanban metrics go red. Or you underestimated your team's capacity. As a result, business will see work getting shipped at a slower pace than expected. But there's no reason to be worried. It's an iterative process. You learn from the experience and eventually find the right balance and the right WIP limits. There are different kinds of WIP limits. For example, you can have a board WIP limit, which is the maximum number of cards on the board at any given time. You can have column limits, which is the maximum number of cards on each column at any given point of time. Each column can also have their own WIP limits. And you can have team limits, which is the maximum number of cards that can be assigned to each person in the team at any given point of times. Columns divide the work vertically. Swim lanes divide the work horizontally, from left to right. Groupings of work that are distinct from others can form swim lane. For example, you can have a website swim lane, or an iOS development swim lane, or an Android development swim lane, or you can have an escalation ticket swim lane, or a project swim lane. You'll also see a lot of different colors on the Kanban board. Color coding your Kanban board and processes helps improve their visibility. It makes it easy for people to understand things in what can sometimes become a really crowded Kanban board. For example, you can use red to signify high priority escalations that need to be taken care of immediately. Now that we know what a Kanban board is, let's talk about the actual Kanban process. Kanban follows a pull system. This means that when the development team has capacity, they will pull in work into their system from the product backlog. This is very different from Scrum, which is a push system. There is no owner in Kanban. The entire team as a whole is responsible for the smooth running of the system. In the real world, however, I have seen product, engineering, or delivery managers take on the responsibility of managing the Kanban board. So how does the process work? You have your Kanban board, which has the prioritized backlog on the left side. As capacity becomes available, people pick up stuff or tasks from the backlog. You'll have something called a replenishment meetings, as and when more things need to be added to the prioritized backlog. It's similar to a backlog meeting. In these meetings, tasks are discussed and doubts clarified. You can gauge the health of your entire Kanban process by measuring some Kanban metrics. Let's look at 3 of them. Number 1 is lead time. It is the total amount of time from when the team commits to developing a feature to when it is released. Next is the cycle time. This is the total time that a team works on a task. It tells you how long tasks take to complete once they're picked up. And third, throughput. It is the total number of tasks completed during a period of time. That period can be 1 day, week, month, or something else. It has to make sense for your team. It helps you gauge whether Kanban is working or not. By plotting the throughput on a histogram, you can get the measure of the real capacity of the team. This makes planning easier and more accurate. Kanban brings in a lot of value for the team. It has some tremendous benefits. It brings in transparency to the software development. By looking at the Kanban board, you can make out how the development is coming along. It is easy to understand. It does not have a complicated jargon that you need to first read and understand to be able to implement it. You can actually implement it very quickly. It also offers flexibility. You can customize almost everything on the Kanban board. It also helps you reduce waste by focusing on blockers. Continuous delivery means that you don't have to wait for something like a sprint to be over to release. It can be done as and when needed. Once you find the right WIP limit, it improves the output of the entire team. Nobody is overstretched or underutilized. You also eventually end up spending less time in planning meetings and more time shipping products. However, like any other system, Kanban also is as good as the people running it. Some things you need to keep in mind while implementing Kanban are: number 1, are you able to adhere to your WIP limits, or are you seeing them being overridden way too often for anyone to take them seriously? Is the Kanban board maintained, and is it a true reflection of the current state of things? Do you have executive sponsorship in your company to help Kanban succeed? And finally, is the team taking collective ownership of the board, or is it beginning to feel like it's no one's responsibility? So what is a product backlog? In the simplest terms, product backlog is a list of items that the product team needs to work on. These items can be new product ideas, update to existing products, or fixing things that are broken in the product. Managing a product backlog is one of the hardest things you would do as a product manager. It is because you're trying to do 2 things. On one side, you're trying to be flexible and quick to respond to the needs of the business. And on the other side, you're also trying to provide consistency to your design and development teams. So who manages the backlog is the product team. The product team is responsible for managing and keeping the backlog updated. Your team might have one backlog or multiple ones. The real goal of having a backlog is so that the product team has a unified view of everything that needs to be done in the product. It is only then that the product team can make informed decisions that are consistent with the organization goals. If you work for a small company which has just one product, it is possible to have a single product backlog. However, if you work for a large company with multiple product lines, then you will end up having multiple backlogs, and each backlog will be managed by a different product manager. In such situations, it becomes very important, even more important, for all product managers to work collaboratively and meet regularly. There are a variety of people, both internal and external, that influence a product backlog. For example, you might have users telling you about problems they're facing and what they like or don't like about the product. You might have the sales team providing you feedback on what prospects are saying. Customer success and support teams might be reaching out to you as well. The design and development team might be identifying areas of improvement on their own as well. And product managers might be listening to where the market is headed in general. As you can see, there are lots of sources from where you can get input on what to work on. Let's try out a short exercise for a minute. Take out a blank piece of paper and write down items that you think need to be developed in the product. Now pass that paper around to your product team and tell them to continue building on that list. When they are done, pass it to your stakeholders. What will happen is you'll soon run out of space in that sheet. The point I'm trying to make here is that there are always a ton of things that you'll want to do with the product. But no matter how big your product and engineering teams are, you will not be able to work on everything on that sheet of paper. And it will keep growing beyond a single sheet. You need a better process to manage this list. That's where a product backlog comes in. It helps you do 4 things. It helps you organize the product backlog in an efficient way. It provides a unified view of all the potential work. It provides you the ability to stack rank and compare competing priorities across the organization. And it gives transparency to stakeholders on all the items in the product queue. Are all items in the product backlog equal? No, they're not. As we've spoken about this when we discussed product feedback as well, there is no way you can spend the same amount of time on each item in your product backlog. If you start doing that, you will run out of hours in a day. So how do you distribute your time among all the ideas in the product backlog? When an idea comes to the product manager in the form of a new idea or update, they should do a sanity check on it. Let's reinforce something that we've been talking about throughout this course. So let's ask some questions. What is the problem? Is it urgent? Is it pervasive? How will the customers benefit from it? And what is your proposed solution? There is no hard and fast rule on how much time you need to spend on each question. You need to be smart in the way you work. At the first stage, you shouldn't spend days looking at each idea. Try to summarize your findings in one-pagers. This will help you focus on things that are most likely to be developed. The different kinds of backlogs, you can have as many as you want. At the end of the day, it's just a list. Whether one or more helps you get the job done is completely up to you. Some common types of backlogs that I have seen follow the product's life cycle. Think about it for a minute. You get an idea, you look into it, and if it makes sense to invest in it, it goes to the development queue. Otherwise, you park the idea. On those lines, you can have the following types of product backlogs. You can have the idea backlog, the product backlog, the development backlog, and the icebox. The idea backlog is a list of all the ideas that the product team needs to look into. You look at an idea from a user and business perspective and stack rank them. At the top will be the idea which is the most important. The product team will look at the idea backlog and go over the details on a regular cadence. Ideas will be moved to the product backlog based on their importance. Next is your product backlog. A common misconception is that everything in the product backlog will be developed. The product backlog is a list of things that the product team would like to work on. They have done the due diligence and have come to the conclusion that working on these items is important. But importance is relative and the ideas will keep coming. The point I'm trying to make here is that you have to be smart in the way you manage your time. Items at the top of the backlog are more flushed out than those lower down. They're neatly broken down into epics and user stories and have been discussed by the development team. Next up is your development backlog. This is the work queue for the development team. They pick up the items at the top of the backlog and start working on them. Ideas here have gone through the grooming sessions and stories have been further broken down into tasks and subtasks. The product team should try their best to not move things around too much in the development backlog. And finally, there's something called an icebox. Over time, as the product grows, your backlogs will keep growing and growing. By now, we all agree that you can't work on all of it. What you will start seeing is a growing list at the bottom of the backlog. These are low priority items that you want to work on someday, but that someday has not come up in years. In such a scenario, some product teams put these ideas in the icebox. This helps them keep their product backlog more presentable and manageable. Other teams prefer to delete these items. Eventually, you will have to ask yourself the question, is your product backlog or your idea backlog or your development backlog working for you? Having a backlog and a backlog that works are two very different things. Building a backlog is the easy part. The real challenge is in keeping it current week after week. Product managers get so caught up in what they need to do now that they're unable to spend time on their backlogs. What ends up happening is that the product backlog no longer represents the needs of the users and the business. Nobody really knows what the most important thing to work on is anymore. You start getting into the habit of writing the product requirements one after another. You stop looking at the unified view that the product backlog provides. This results in a host of problems. Different teams now are not aligned on the priorities. Items that the dev team needs to work on are not ready on time. Stakeholders start to lose confidence in your ability to deliver the product roadmap. And customers start getting confused and frustrated since they don't know when the problems are going to get solved. This can be avoided by doing the following. Number one, schedule a weekly product backlog meeting that all product managers attend. Make sure that the team is clear and aligned on the product priorities. And finally, communicate with stakeholders whenever the relative priorities of things that they care about changes. So how do you start working with the development team in order to convert your product backlog into a reality? There are a number of ways you collaborate with the larger team to make it happen. Let's look at some of the key meetings that product managers attend. The grooming meeting is an opportunity for product managers to get together with the development team and go over the details of the upcoming projects. It should not be confused with the product or project kickoff. The backlog meeting is more focused on specific epics and user stories that need to be discussed. Questions are asked or marked for follow-up at a later date. It comprises primarily of members of the product and engineering team. Sometimes design and data analytics folks also attend. So why is it important to have a grooming meeting? Tackling large projects can be a daunting task even for seasoned product managers. The idea of incremental and measurable releases enables larger projects to be tackled in an effective way. Product managers break down projects into smaller epics, user stories, and tasks. They provide a great level of detail into each user story. But expecting someone to just pick up the story and run with it is wishful thinking. I'm not saying that it's not possible, but it would take for teams to be working together for a very, very long time to be able to reach that level of understanding. In my entire career, I was actually able to do it with just one team, and it was amazing. For every other team, grooming meetings were critical. Before writing up the user stories for an upcoming release, as a product manager talks to a lot of customers and stakeholders. In those meetings, they go over the what the users need. The product manager then converts the what into stories that can be worked on by the development team. Few important points to note here. There's a lot of contextual information that you can't put down in the user stories. It is common to miss out some edge cases that are surfaced in these meetings. Technical implementation details can often impact the scope of your user stories. The details in the user stories are often not enough. Hence, backlog grooming meetings are an important part of the process. The word backlog is taken from Scrum. In Kanban, its equivalent is called replenishment. As in, when the team is running low on user stories, you need to replenish it. So what happens in these meetings? The backlog meeting can be scheduled at regular intervals, or it can be done on an ad hoc basis as and when needed. It is common for the entire dev team to join the backlog meeting. Designers might also join. In my opinion, backlog grooming meetings run smoothly if product managers and the engineering manager run it together. Before the actual grooming meeting, there are a number of things you need to do in order to be productive. Make sure to send the meeting invite much ahead of time. In most cases, you will end up scheduling a recurring meeting. Otherwise, it will become very difficult to find common availability for the team to meet each week. The meeting invite should specify the goals of the meeting and expectations from the participants. Ideally, a day before the meeting, you should update the meeting invite with links of the user stories that you'd like to discuss with the team. You can also add links to contextual information that might be useful for them. Meeting rooms that are large enough for the team should be blocked. Trust me, this can often become a big issue. If participants are joining online, links should be added to the meeting. The meeting room should have a working projector or screen for everyone to look at. Make sure that you're able to connect to the projector and also share your screen for the virtual participants. I can't tell you how many times I've had the entire team sitting in the room and not being able to get started because of these technical issues like the projector not working. Make sure you choose a day or time where everybody is able to focus on the task at hand, because these meetings can get pretty heavy. For example, 9 a.m. on a Monday morning might not be a good time for a grooming meeting. The points discussed above come under the basic hygiene that should be followed not just for grooming meetings, but for any meetings that you organize. Now, so what happens during the grooming meeting? You've done the part we described above, and it's time to run the actual meeting. How do you go about it? Here are some pointers. You start on a light note. A joke is always welcome, but take a call depending on the atmosphere in the room. Don't dive into the user story straight away. Talk for a few minutes about the what we want to do and why we want to do it. When people know why they're doing and what they're doing it for, they always bring in the best work. An engineering team that has the right business context builds better products. Now, the flow of the user stories should match how users will use the product. Talk through each user story. Make sure you identify the target user persona it is for and how they will benefit from this work. Go over every acceptance criteria. After the end of each user story, ask the team if they have any questions. Make any changes right there in each user story so that everyone in the meeting can look at what is being typed out. Typing out in front of the entire team can be a daunting task. It's also a time when you'll make the maximum number of typos, but this is important. Taking notes on the shared screen gives an opportunity for everyone to reflect on it and give in their inputs. Always be surprised with what comes out in terms of the estimation. If the final estimate on the story is much higher than you had expected, then you will have to either cut the scope of the user story so that the estimate comes down to an acceptable range. Make some parts of the user story stretch requirements. These are things that the development team should only do if it has some time left after completing the important parts of the user story. Or you can live with the estimates and work on managing the upstream work for the release accordingly. Once the meeting is over, make sure that you do the following once you go back to your desk. Send any action items discussed in the meeting that need to be worked on, includes due dates if available. Compile a list of important decisions that were made in the meeting and the reasoning behind it. These notes don't need to be as long as an essay. Short bullet points will suffice. You don't want to be sitting in the next grooming meeting and wondering why you did what you did in the last meeting. This will help you avoid such a situation from happening. There are obviously some challenges with grooming meetings. There is a purpose behind these meetings. It is to get everyone who is involved in the project together to go over the requirements. By doing this, you avoid having multiple meetings and discussing the same question again and again with different sets of people. But just like any other meeting, you can easily run into challenges with this one as well. It is very easy for these discussions to get sidetracked. Let's say some of the common themes that are bound to come out in these backlog meetings. Is this really what we should focus on? People will ask you why this versus building everything else. By doing a product kickoff, you can explain the data and reasoning behind the focus area for the product. You run into these questions very often, even after you've done a product kickoff. People have short memories and a ton of things to do. So they might and they will forget the kickoff meeting from a few months ago. Your job is to make the kickoff presentation available to everyone so that you can point to it when such questions arise. When you're going over the user stories, you're bound to hit uncovered scenarios you've not thought of, and it's okay. One of the goals of the grooming meeting is to do exactly that. The scenarios might be something that's important that you've missed. In this case, make a note of it and bring it back to the team in the next meeting. Or it could be an edge case that's not worth investing into. In this case, document that the team discussed it and decided it was not a priority. And finally, my favorite one, why can't we add a next feature? It is easy for the backlog meeting to become an ideation session, and it is the product manager's job to keep everything on track. Questions will come up as to why can't we add a particular feature to a release. This feature might fall into the following buckets. It needs to be done. The feature was missed and needs to be prioritized, and you should. Nice to have. It's a good idea that should be explored further for a future release, but not right now. Won't do. It does not make sense for us to do this feature at all. Even with all this, I found that the grooming meetings can be extremely helpful for a smooth development and release cycle. It gets everyone on the same page on what is expected at the end of each iteration. The times when I skip the grooming step and put the stories right in the dev queue, I have always run into issues. These meetings can sometimes seem like a huge drain on resources because of its frequency and the number of people involved, but it will save you a lot of time and effort in the grander scheme of things. We've managed to cover a lot of great things till now. A few more topics and we'll be done with the first section of our course. So let's get to it. The next meeting we want to discuss is the daily stand-up meeting. We've mentioned it before a few times, but now we'll look at it more closely. So what's a stand-up? A stand-up is a session for people working together to briefly discuss the progress that has been made on the project. The idea is that the meeting is short and focuses only on important issues, so everyone can just stand for the course of the meeting without getting too tired. One of the most common stand-ups is the daily stand-up conducted by the engineering team. The goal of this daily stand-up is to do a quick check-in to make sure that the development is progressing as planned. Team members are getting the right support to excel in their work and to identify potential issues that need immediate attention. There are two types of stand-ups that you can choose from. The first one is called round robin. In this type of stand-up, everybody answers the following three questions. What did you do yesterday? What are you going to do today? And are there any blockers that you need to discuss? You're not expected to speak for a long time. Each member takes less than a minute to answer these questions for their work. The goal of these questions is threefold. One is to standardize the information expected from everyone. The second is to keep it short and concise. And third is to surface any issues as they come. If you have a blocker that needs a deep dive, you'll parking lot the issue. This means that a smaller group of people will meet after the stand-up to unblock you. If the issue still persists, even after the parking lot meeting, a larger meeting is called to deep dive into the issue. In the meantime, you can start working on something else and keep the team efficient. The second type of stand-up is walk the board. This one means walking across the physical or digital board as a team. Anyone from the team can do it. A great way is to get different members of the team to lead the exercise every day. It is an organic way of getting everybody in the team to understand the entire project. The goal of these meetings is the same. The big difference though lies in how they achieve it. For example, round robin focuses on individuals and supporting them to complete their task. On the other hand, walk the board focuses on how the project is doing as a whole and removing blockers that exist. I would recommend round robin if the team is inexperienced, and walk the board if the majority of this team is experienced. So what are some of the key characteristics of a stand-up? Number one, it is time-bound. Stand-ups work because they're scheduled for a fixed amount of time, usually 5 or 10 minutes, depending on the size of the team. The idea behind keeping it short is to make sure everybody shares only what's needed. Number two, frequency. You need to maintain a regular cadence for your stand-up. You can have the daily or weekly stand-up depending on the needs of your team. Two things you need to keep in mind while deciding the frequency of your stand-up. One, it should be often enough so that people are not left blocked for a long time. And second, it should not be so often that it feels like a complete waste of time. You don't have to have a daily stand-up if that works for your team better. Number two, location. The location of the meeting should be accessible to everyone. This might sound like an obvious thing, but sometimes it's not. I've been in situations where I had to run from one building to another to attend a stand-up, always wondering why. Location of the stand-up should check the following boxes. Everyone should be able to reach the location without too much effort. It should be big enough so that the team can stand around in a circle. I've been in stand-ups held in rooms where half the team was standing outside the door. Try not to end up in this situation. It should be in a place where there isn't too much noise and people can hear what everybody else is saying. Your stand-up shouldn't disturb everyone else around. They probably have their own stand-ups to take care of. Number three is agenda. Stand-up agendas should remain constant as much as possible. You can tweak it after a period of time based on whether it's working for the team or not, but not something that should be changed every day or every week. The agenda should revolve answering three questions. What did you do yesterday? Plan for today, any blockers? If your stand-up follows walk the board model, then your agenda is to identify project blockers. Next is participation. Everybody who's been invited to stand up should attend. If you're not able to attend, then you should send your update to the team before the stand up. I'm not a big fan of optional invites to stand-ups, but sometimes it's the only way to juggle multiple meetings. Next comes up documentation. Stand-ups are not documentation heavy. That's great. However, you do need to keep track of blockers that surface in them. Make sure that the right people get together to solve the issues after the stand-up. Keep track of any action items that come up after these meetings so that they don't fall between the cracks. And finally, the size of the stand-up. The size of the stand-up should not be more than 10 people. Otherwise, it will become really long and cumbersome like a regular meeting. But what do you do if you have a large team? In that case, try and break the team into smaller logical groups that can work independently and can have separate stand-ups. The engineering manager, the scrum master, or the product manager can be the common link and track the project as a whole. The concept of stand-up sounds great in theory, but in the real world, you'll often find yourself at crossroads between the concept and its practical implementation. Let's look at some of the issues that are bound to come up. Sometimes people might be stuck on one ticket and might be really frustrated. All they want to do is to share their issue in the stand-up. So chances are that your stand-up the next day is going to become an actual live problem-solving session, which is not the goal. Stand-up is to surface the problem, not for finding out the solution. That's a different meeting. With long projects that might run into months, stand-ups can become a bit monotonous. People might stop taking it seriously. Some people might use the stand-up as a platform to discuss unrelated issues. Before you know it, a one-time exception becomes the rule. Each team has people with different personalities. Some people might feel too shy or overwhelmed to speak freely in a group setting. Hence, they might continue to struggle with the blockers and take longer to complete their tasks. I hope you'll be able to work together with your team to overcome these issues because none of these are insurmountable. Retrospective means looking back. It's time to contemplate on what has happened. In software engineering, sprint retrospectives forms an integral part of software development process. Its origins can actually be traced back to the principles of the Agile Manifesto, which states the following. At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. So what is a sprint retrospective meeting? A sprint retrospective meeting is an opportunity for the team to come together and reflect on what has happened in the past few weeks. It helps assess the overall health of the team and figure out how well it's been working together as a cohesive unit. The goal is to get a better understanding of the following questions. Number one, what went well? You look at how you did working on your task individually and with other teammates. What did you like about this experience? For example, did you get stuck somewhere and was the teammate able to help you get unstuck again and complete your work on time? Number two, what didn't go well? Was there anything that happened during the sprint that made your life difficult? For example, did the requirements change while you were working on the ticket, or was the information on the ticket not complete? Were you blocked because you were waiting for someone to complete something else? Number three, how can we improve? Is there any way we can improve and fix the things that didn't go well? For example, should the tickets be broken down into smaller chunks? Is the back end and the front end tickets being worked on by different people? Should they work together so that one is not left waiting for the other to complete the work? Overall, you will realize that it's not always as simple as putting the questions together and looking at the answers. Gathering feedback is actually an art. You have to be aware of the internal dynamics of the team. For example, some people might be shy in a group setting. You might need some icebreakers to get them comfortable enough to share their views. Group thinking might override common sense. And there might be some strong voices in the group that dominate the conversation and discourage everyone to share their opinion. There are different formats that you can use for sprint retrospectives. We wrote a blog on 23 different formats. You can check it out in the link in the description. They actually help you discover what people really want and bring out a positive change. You can try all of them or some of them, see which one works better for your team and stick to it. So why are sprint retrospective important? We've spoken a little about it, but let's dig a little bit deeper. It is only when you learn from the past that you can improve in the future. Otherwise, you'll make no progress. Incremental improvements based on what you learn through your experience leads to measurable outcomes. There are 4 benefits of the sprint retrospective meeting. Number 1 is transparency. Reviewing with the team how things are going goes a long way in making the team more effective. When everyone is a part of the process and their voices are heard, they're more responsive to change. Everything that happens in the sprint retrospective is discussed in front of the entire team. All the takeaways, all the action items are tracked and are accessible to everyone. Number 2 is teamwork. The team decides together which items need to be fixed first. This helps build a culture of teamwork where everyone is working together to improve the process. You get to hear different points of views of your teammates and how they perceive similar things. In the long run, it will help you get a better understanding of what their personalities are like and help you maintain a healthy working relationship with them, which helps the team. Number 3 is trust. The sprint retrospective focuses on the process, not the person. A sprint retrospective is successful because everyone feels safe to share their views. They believe that their views, however contrary, will not be held against them. And finally, actionable. The goal of the sprint retrospective meeting is to bring about incremental change. In order to do this, action items are listed, ownership of the action items is identified, and delivery dates are put on them so that things don't fall between the cracks. The views shared by everyone might vastly differ, but over time what you'll see is themes will emerge. For example, if you constantly keep hearing about requirements getting changed, then you have a problem that needs to be fixed. So who participates in a sprint retrospective meeting? There are obviously the regulars, your product manager, engineering manager, scrum masters, developers, QAs, DevOps, software architects, everybody who had worked on the product update. Besides the regulars, sprint retrospective often have guest appearances. It could be anyone from the company who's invested in the project, designers, data analysts, and marketing managers. They are able to provide a unique perspective to the team. Who runs the sprint retrospective? The product manager and the engineering manager often run the retro meetings. Once the team has settled into a comfortable cadence and is familiar on how to run them, the baton of leading the sprint retro can be passed to different people in the team. There are a number of advantages of doing that. It gets people more comfortable and they start becoming more active in the group setting. Once you lead one of these sessions, you tend to be more invested in its success. So what happens in a sprint retrospective meetings? The team gets together on a regular cadence to discuss how things are going. It's a good idea to start a retro with an icebreaker question, especially if the team is new and the members don't know each other that well. It helps everyone to feel a little bit more comfortable. This is followed by each member answering all the questions we discussed earlier. What went well, what didn't go well, how can we improve? This is an individual exercise where they take some time to jot down their answers. The second part of it is that all the answers are collected. The group looks together at all the answers as a team. You might see certain common things emerge and similar answers are grouped together. The third part of the sprint retrospective meeting is voting. The team needs to figure out which items need to be tackled first. This is done through voting, which is the quantitative exercise. The items with the most number of votes get to be worked on first. You also have a qualitative discussion about all these items to figure out what the team really needs to work on. And finally, action items are assigned with due dates and tracked for completion. How often do you need to have sprint retrospective meetings? There is no right or wrong answers for this. Each team needs to find out what works for them. It is common for teams to meet at the end of each sprint, but if you're a company which has very, very short sprints, then it might not be a good idea. Start with a frequency which you think will work. Over time, you'll be able to figure out if it's too much or too less. Two possible scenarios might occur. Number one, your team meets and struggles to go through all the topic in the given amount of time. One of the reasons could be that a lot of things pile up because you're not meeting often enough. In this scenario, increase your frequency of meeting. The second scenario is your team meets and you don't have enough things to discuss in this In this case, reduce the frequency of your meeting. What are some of the common types of sprint retrospective meetings? There are a lot of different types of retrospective meetings. The goal is the same, to find out how the team can improve. Some of the common ones are 4L, sales vote, match at glad, one word retro, speed cast, starfish, calm, darky, three little pigs, original four, lean coffee. I can go on and on. We identified 23 different formats that you can look at and figure out which one works best for your team. The final thing we want to discuss is the sprint retrospective working for you? Have you ever heard the phrase meeting to discuss another meeting? Might sound like a waste of time, but it's important to find out whether the retro is working for you or not. It does not mean that the entire team or group needs to meet. A few members can get together to find out the answers to the following question to gauge whether the retrospective is effective or not. Is everyone participating in the meeting? Are some people louder than the others and dominating the discussion? Are action items being completed or are they just piling up? What does the body language of each team member look like during these meetings? Do they look or sound excited, bored, indifferent? Does it seem like the meeting is dragging forever and doesn't seem to end? Do you feel like the atmosphere in the meeting allows everybody to give their honest feedback without fear of retribution? You have to get both the qualitative and quantitative feedback from the team. When looking for these answers, it doesn't have to be a formal survey. You can just go and talk to people and find out what they're thinking. Do this at regular intervals. Think of it as a retro for your retro. Doing retro for your retro meetings will help you improve it and make it more effective in the long term. Once you've gone through the development process, you'll be ready to release or launch your product. When you release a product, you either make it available to everyone or to a smaller subset. Depending on the kind of product and the target users, you're more likely to end up doing either of the two. Let's take a closer look at the different types of testing you'd end up doing before the final product release. So what is testing? Testing is trying out something different to see if it works. In software development, testing takes center stage and plays an important role in building user-driven products. If you think about it, there are three ways to test your software. Testing the quality of the product with the help of the quality assurance team before it is released to users. The goal of this type of testing is to find if the product works as per the acceptance criteria or requirements. All companies do this type of testing. The amount of time they spend on it varies a lot. The second type of testing is testing of product by external users. The goal of this type of testing is to make sure that the user experience when you release it out is as what you expect. The reason a lot of companies do it is because it is impossible to take care of all the different kinds of use cases, edge cases that people might encounter. Letting your users test out your product helps you surface more issues that need to be fixed. And the third type of testing is to find out if the update or the change in the product provides the expected results. Both the type of testing that we discussed before this are acceptance testing and are similar in some sense. Now this testing is A/B testing and has a completely different objective. Let's talk a bit more about A/B testing. An A/B test consists of three parts. A, this is what the current state of a product is. B, this is the state of the product after the release. And the test, measuring the impact of the change. This also forms your hypothesis. So what do you need A/B testing for? Companies spend a lot of time and resources building new capabilities and making big changes to their products. Change is great, but change whose impact cannot be measured is meaningless. There are reasons why sudden massive changes are not good. Number one, Big changes requires a lot of resources. You have finite number of resources. Spending them all on one big update can lead to other areas of the product getting neglected. Number two, larger updates are riskier. When you make a lot of changes to your code, the risk of something not working is much higher. Big changes take time. Customers today, both B2B and B2C, expect companies to evolve every day. If you do not improve your user experience on a regular cadence, you run the risk of becoming obsolete. Larger updates require more testing and is an additional drain on time and resources. Hard to measure. When you release a big update, it's hard to figure out the contribution of each part of the change on the total impact. Larger updates have more than one moving part and therefore become hard to measure. That's where A/B testing comes in. They empower product managers to accurately measure the impact through small incremental changes. So let's look at the key parts of an A/B test. The first is goals and motivation. What is your driver for conducting an A/B test? Your primary focus could be improving user experience or driving revenues. Making it clear in the A/B test helps align the team towards the goal. Your hypothesis. You cannot run an A/B test without forming and stating your hypothesis. Your hypothesis should be crisp and to the point. It should not run into a number of pages. You should use the following format. By making X, we expect Y change. Next is your test groups. An A/B test has two groups. The control group, where an A/B test begins. Users in this group do not see any change. They continue to use the product in its original avatar. The second is the variant group. Users in this group see the product in its new updated version. Next is randomization. Users should be put in control or variant group at random without any specific rule. This enables the experiment to run without bias being induced unknowingly that can skew the results. Next is traffic split. As part of the experiment, you need to specify how the traffic needs to be split between the control and the variant. You also need to specify the duration of your A/B experiment, the start and the end date. You should keep seasonality in mind when you decide to run your experiment. Variants. In most cases, you will have a control group and a variant. At times, you might want to test more than one variant. In such cases, you can do an A/B/C test, where B and C are two variants to find out the winner. Next is platform and devices. Users behave differently across platforms and devices. So you'll have to run different tests for each type to prove your hypothesis. What works for desktop might not work for mobile. What works for iOS might not work for Android. You cannot extrapolate the results of one platform to say that it works on the others. Next is statistical significance. SurveyMonkey explains it really well. According to them, in the context of A/B testing, statistical significance is how likely it is that the difference between your experiment's control version and the test version isn't due to an error or random chance. And last, metrics track. It is important to not confuse this with impact. These are metrics that you track for your product on a regular basis. Your A/B experiment should not hurt other important metrics at the cost of increasing the impact of the experiment. So the question is, how do you set up an A/B test? You start off with writing a test proposal. Clearly describe each part mentioned in the above sections. Ask yourself the following. What do you want to improve on your site? How would you quantify the improvement? And is the change worth the effort? Get stakeholder buy-in. You have to get everyone on the same page that running the A/B test is important. Set up some time with all the key stakeholders to go over your test proposal. Listen to the feedback and update the test where it makes sense. Next is to track your progress. You should check how your A/B test is performing at least once a week with the key stakeholders. At the end of the test, make sure you communicate the final results and the next steps. Sometimes you might have so many tests running at once that it's easy to lose track of these changes. Now that you know everything about A/B testing, the question is, how do you actually go about setting one up for your product? Don't worry, you don't have to build the entire A/B testing functionality from scratch. There's some great tools out there that you can use almost out of the box. You can use Optimizely, Google Optimize, SurveyMonkey, Unbound, or lots of other tools out there. Depending on the use case, one tool might fit better than the other. While A/B testing is a great framework, there are definitely some challenges that you will come across. Let's look at some of them. Statistically significant results require a good amount of traffic on your site and users. If you don't have volume, then you will not be able to run A/B tests for measuring impact. You'll have to find something else. Test duration. If you have lower volume of users in your test group, then you'll have to run the test for a longer amount of time. This means you'll have to wait longer to find out if all the users will benefit from the change. Also, if the test runs for too long, it runs the risk of adding new variables like seasonality, which will pollute your results. And finally, the number of tests. If you run more than a few tests, at one point of time you run out of traffic. In such cases, your update might be ready, but you might not be able to release it. As a result, your users will have to wait longer to benefit from the change. So, does it make sense for everyone to do an A/B test? Not necessarily. At the end of the day, you have to weigh the pros and cons. For some people, doing A/B testing might not be practically possible. Often teams develop bad habits of testing without purpose. Try to keep it in check. Create a centralized test approval and launch team. Yes, I mean centralized. In this scenario, it really does help. It provides a unified view of all the tests running in the company and new tests that different teams want to run. Up next, we have beta testing. Beta testing is when your customers or external users try out your update before it becomes generally available to everyone. The goal of beta testing is to give feedback on how your product performs in the real world. Early on in my career, I used to wonder what was the point of these tests. Shouldn't alpha tests created by your quality assurance team be enough to make sure that the product works as expected? After all, these are professionals who've been trained to test your software. How is the end user going to test your software better than them? Actually, that is the wrong way to look at things. Your in-house QA team will build a ton of manual and automated test cases and test the robustness of the update. On top of that, each user will have a different hardware and software configuration. It is impossible to account and recreate all of them with alpha testing. That is where beta testing comes in. There are two types of beta tests. You can either do a public open beta testing. As the name suggests, this type of testing is available to the public. Anyone who has access to your product can go ahead and start using and testing out the features. The advantages here are that it's easier for users to try out the update. You will get feedback from more number of users, and it is also a great way to garner interest in the product and get traffic on the site. However, there are some challenges here. You don't know how many users will actually end up using the beta. So planning and managing it can be a bit chaotic at times. Open betas are also extremely difficult to control. For example, you might have a set of expectations on how you want the release to be used. Oftentimes, an open beta makes more sense for a B2C product when you're starting a new line of service or adding new capabilities. Second type of beta testing is closed beta testing. This is the traditional way of doing beta test. It is open to a smaller subset of users. You are more in control, or at least you think. You identify users who will be ideal for the test and work with them closely to identify issues in the product. You collect all this great feedback and then prioritize the ones that need to be fixed before the general release. So you've decided to run a beta test or program for an upcoming release. So how are you going to set it up? There are a few things you need to keep in mind. Number one is establish goals for the beta test. This is the first step that you need to take when setting up the test. This is also the step that most people skip. The goal of your test should be clear to everyone, both internal and external stakeholders. You'd think that all beta tests would have the same goal. That is true to some extent. Through the beta test, you want to check how robust your release is, whether it matches up to the quality standards set by your team. The difference in each beta test goal lies in what it does not want to achieve. You can use your beta to unearth and fix every possible bug or usability issues. But where do you draw the line and say that you're only going to fix X number of things or Y types of problems? Stating them as part of your goal helps prevent confusion and chaos during the actual beta test. Number two, identify participants. You can select your users based on a number of factors like skill sets. If a feature requires a certain type of skill set, then only users who have them should be added to the beta test. If users are not well equipped to use the beta, they might not be able to take full advantage of the update. It could lead to user dissatisfaction and frustration. Number two is time commitment. The users should be able to spend a decent amount of time testing the feature on a regular basis to provide feedback. Next is accessibility. Users should be able to access the update without any roadblocks. This means, for example, if the beta test requires an advanced technical setup, then either the user should be able to do it themselves or you are able to provide them the support to set it up. And finally, the commitment. It comes down to how committed and excited users are to try out and help the test. Next is creating documentation. It's extremely important for your beta test to have good documentation. When creating documentation, you should be specific. Documentation should not sound like a novel. It should be specific to the change being introduced, what's in it, how to use it, and provide feedback. It should have the right medium. When we say documentation, the format doesn't need to be a Word doc per se. Some people learn better by reading, others by watching videos, while rest like live walkthrough sessions. So make sure the medium you choose works for your users. And finally, the naming convention. You will have a name for your product during the internal release, which is different from your beta or launch. Be consistent in how you refer to the product while talking to your customers and while writing your documentation. The feedback process. Now, the goal of the beta is to get feedback on the change that you want to introduce. So the feedback process is the most critical part of this test. Creating a process that works for all the users is an iterative approach. You start with what you think is right, and based on interactions with the customers, you tweak it along the way. You can either come up with a template for users to provide the feedback or let them write what they feel in a free-form text field. Here's an example template that you could use. You could ask them general details, their name, email, the company name, and questions around what is the behavior they're actually seeing and how do they actually expect it to work. You can go ahead and automate the name, email, and company. Most likely, that information can come directly from your database. Once you know what information you need, it's time to find the best medium for providing the feedback. Some people like live sessions where users can share their experience of working through the beta. The great thing about these sessions is that they are interactive and all users get a chance to hear about everybody else's experience. But not everybody might be comfortable with sharing in a group setting, or users might get biased based on what they hear from everybody else. There are ways to counter these issues though. You can collect feedback before the meeting to get a complete picture. You could do one-on-one sessions as well. Talking to each beta participant after each milestone is the most comprehensive way of collecting feedback. It provides you an understanding of the underlying context behind the feedback and helps you get to the root cause of the problem faster. Next is real-time feedback, which is extremely popular. You can add a feedback link to the product to make it easier for users to send the feedback as and when they're trying out the product. You could also use feedback portals. If your company uses a feedback portal to get feedback from users on a regular basis, you can use it for the beta test as well. Now, what kind of metrics would you track in your beta test? Some common ones that I have seen is the total number of users who've signed up for the beta, number of active beta users. You'll have to define what constitutes an active user. Total feedback provided, total actionable feedback provided, and total feedback implemented for general availability. Over time, these metrics will help you decide if beta testing is working for you. Beyond these metrics, there are a number of subjective questions you should discuss with your team after the beta is complete. Like, how confident does the team feel about the public release after the beta? Do you need to do another set of beta testing after the current feedback has been implemented? In some cases, you might go ahead and release the product after beta. However, in most cases, there will be some amount of work that will need to be done before the update is ready for release. It's always good to share the outcome of every beta with the internal stakeholders and beta participants. In addition, you should thank all the participants for the time and effort they put into the test. If a specific feedback is going to be worked on, then it is good to share that as well. All in all, there are several advantages of beta tests. You're able to get feedback on the product from real users, edge cases that you've never thought come up in beta testing. It is better to find lots of issues in the beta versus when you make it publicly available. You have more control on the product in a beta versus once it becomes generally available. Beta tests also reduce the risk of causing issues for customers. It is because people using beta are aware that the system might not be stable, hence they use the beta only with test data and they never hook up the beta with their production database. And finally, the beta will help you improve the quality of the final release. But like everything else, there's some challenges with beta testing as well. One of the biggest is it's not always easy to find good beta testers. You have to identify users, you have to build a rapport and relationship with them. Only then can you convince them of the symbiotic nature of beta testing. It does add a lot of overhead for your product and development team. Running beta tests might stretch the team too thin. It slows down releases. You have to balance the need to move fast and break things versus slowing down to achieve a certain level of quality. After hearing all this, you might be confused what you should do when you are the product manager. Well, you have to look holistically and you have to ask yourself the following questions. What is the relative gain in the quality that I get by doing beta tests? Do I have the resources to run these tests? Are there other types of testing that are less resource intensive which can get the job done? Can I justify the delay in release for more comprehensive testing? At the end of the day, your answer will be unique to your business. It might make complete sense for you to do beta testing. Or you might be like, wait a minute, this is great, but I don't think we need this right now. Your product is now out there in front of users either as an MVP or a full-fledged release. You will be measuring certain product metrics to find that out. Even though we're just starting to talk about it now, does not mean that you talk about your product metrics after releasing the product. If you do that, then God help you. What you want to measure to gauge the success of your product is something that you work on very early on. Usually, when you're prioritizing this work against all the other things that can be built. Before we look at the actual product metrics, let's take a step back and look at how you can become a data-driven product manager. Product management teams that use data to drive the decision making are more successful than those who rely only on their gut. You will never have all the data you need, but asking the right questions helps move the culture of the organization in the right direction. In larger companies, you might have an analytics team that you can rely on, but if you work for a small company, chances are that as a product manager, you will have to find and analyze the data. It can be a daunting task if it's the first time you're doing this, but it's worth it in the end. The following 5 steps will help you do that. Step 1. Start with questions. Start asking the right questions. This will give you a good understanding of the current state of data in your organization. For example, what do we want to measure and why? What data do we collect now? Is the data we collect today useful? How is the data used to drive business decisions? Who uses this data? How easy is it to collect the data? How do people access the data today? In what form? Talk to the different teams in your company to find the answers to these questions. They will help you get a better grasp on the scope of work required into becoming not just a data-driven product manager, but as a data-driven product team and organization. Then treat it like a product, prioritizing what's most important and start working on it first. Once you've answered the above questions, you've completed the first step in that journey. Step 2. Define key product metrics. These are metrics that help you track the success of your products. They can be further broken down into different areas depending on what the focus of the company is at that time. Metrics should be easy to understand and be able to tell you how the product is performing. Your organization will want to focus on different things at various stages of its evolution. It is important that the product team aligns with the business goals of the organization. Otherwise, you will end up wasting your time and energy on things that are not important. Step 3. Find the right data. This is one of the most time consuming parts. How do you find the right data? Again, start with questions and chip away one by one. It will make things clearer. For example, what data do we need to track? Is the data already tracked somewhere? Most organizations track a lot of things, sometimes too many things. In the long run, developing a data strategy for the entire organization helps reduce redundancies. How to track the data that is missing? If none of the data points or only some of them are being calculated, then you'll have to do some heavy lifting. In most situations, your company will be applying either of the two strategies to track your data. They will either be using custom tracking events that your development team writes, or they'll be using an application or interface where the users can themselves set up event tracking. You will have to work closely with the development team to get the data tracking set up and then convert the raw data into key metrics. Step 4. Communicate the product metrics. You might be collecting and reporting metrics and think it's great. No one might be looking at it. Or even worse, people might not even know the metrics exist. Yes, this is a real possibility in any company. Even after you send out that email, announce it over Slack, and communicate it to people in person. For example, in a past role, I used to update product metrics on a weekly basis, but never got any questions from anyone. After a few weeks, I started to wonder if something was wrong. And it was turned out that no one was actually looking at my reports because it was yet another application they needed to sign in. Surprise, surprise. Lesson learned: choose a medium to communicate that doesn't add an overhead for others to access. How do you communicate will vary in each company. You will have to develop it in consultation with your stakeholders. Find out what they would be most comfortably using. Experiment with different mediums. The other aspect is the structure of your communication itself. It has to cater to different types of stakeholders. Some people only want to know the metric, others like to dig a bit deeper. Ideally, you should report the following: the value of the metric for the current period, the expected target value. If there has been a deviation, then explain the possible reasons for it. State any follow-up actions that will be taken. Make sure to add the definition of the metric. You might have had a big meeting months ago where everybody worked together to come up with the definition for the metric, but guess what? People forget. So it's critical to state exactly what the metric stands for in each communication. Please also state the assumptions you've made to derive the metric. And finally, add links to all your data sources and how people can log into them, as well as who to contact in case anyone has further questions. Step 5: automate the process. You want to build a data strategy for your product team that can scale. In the beginning, you'll have to do everything manually, whether it's collecting data from different sources, stitching it together, and finally sending it out. Gradually, you can automate the process. Start with things that are transactional and easy to automate. Find that right balance. Some things might not be worth automating because of the investment required. As the needs of the business evolve, the key metrics you track will also change. You should have regular feedback sessions with the stakeholders to improve the process. It is important to collect and analyze data using ways that make it easily extendable. This way, you don't have to start from scratch every time something new needs to be added and tracked and analyzed. Once you have the right data foundation, it's all about measuring and analyzing the right metrics for your products. Product managers encounter a lot of different data and metrics in their work. Sometimes it's just really tough to keep track of what every metric means. The goal here is not to tell you to start measuring 30 metrics for every product. Yes, that's the total number of metrics we're going to learn about today. The goal is actually to make you aware of what different product managers all over the world are measuring for their products, apps, and website. Ask yourself the following questions before reading further. What are the goals of my organization and what are the goals of my product team? It's only when you have a clear understanding of what your North Star is that you can figure out how to track the results of your effort. Otherwise, you'll start collecting things that don't matter to the business. You will definitely cross paths with a lot of these metrics in your career. So let's look at all of these metrics one by one. Churn rate: the total people who stop using your product after a period of times are the ones who have churned. Let's look at the formula for churn rate. In the numerator, you have the difference of the people at the beginning of a time period and the people at the end of the time period. You divide it by the total number at the beginning of the time periods. That will give you the churn rate. Churn rate is one of the most critical metrics to gauge for B2B SaaS products. It's actually pretty easy to measure churn. The challenge is, what do you do with it? What is a good time period for measuring the churn rate? Should you measure it daily, weekly, monthly, or annually? That depends on your sales cycle. And is all churn equal? Not really. Losing customers with a low lifetime value has a different impact versus losing customers with a high lifetime value. But then you have to factor in a possibility that the customer might start with a low LTV before progressing to a high LTV. Think about all these things while calculating churn. acceptable values and actions to improve the churn will be unique to your company and your customers. Retention rate. This is basically the inverse of churn. The people who stay with you for a time period are the ones you have retained. The formula is as follows. Numerator is the difference of the total number at the end of the time period and the total number at the beginning. In the denominator, you have the total number at the beginning of the time period. Retention rates are most valuable when calculating across a grouping of cohorts of customers sharing the same attributes over a fixed period of time. Customer lifetime value. The value of a customer throughout their engagement with your product is their CLV. This is the amount of money you will earn from the customer till the time they stop using your product. The formula for CLV is as follows. You multiply the average life of customer with the value of your customer. You can increase CLV by either increasing the average life of the customer or their value. A customer will stay longer with your company if you understand their problems, you proactively work to fix them, you provide excellent support, and you have great user experience. You can increase the value of a customer by also upselling higher tiered products, cross-selling other services, as well as driving referrals through them. Net Promoter Score. Fred R. and Bain came up with the concept of NPS after studying how certain questions correlate to customer behavior. One question really stood out well. What is the likelihood that you would recommend customer X to a friend or colleague? This question is now used to measure the NPS score. So the customer will respond on a scale of 0 to 10. A customer who gives a score between 0 and 6 is a detractor. A customer who gives a score between 7 and 8 is passive. A customer who gives a score between 9 and 10 is a promoter. To calculate NPS, you subtract the percentage of promoters from the percentage of detractors. It is a way to understand how happy people are using your product. It makes sense because if someone is willing to refer your product to others, they must really be happy with its performance. Customer acquisition cost. The entire organization puts in efforts to win a customer. The total of all the efforts in dollar terms is the customer acquisition cost for the product. This is generally one of the major expenses for any SaaS organization. The sales and marketing teams are major contributors to this cost. This is because a lot of times the focus is on upstream activities to attract and convert customers. The formula for customer acquisition cost is it's the sum of the money spent on acquiring customers. Bounce rates is the percentage of people who leave your site after visiting only one page. A low bounce rate indicates that the visitors are finding what they're looking for on the page, which is great. Higher bounce rate might indicate one of the following. The entry page where they land on the website is not engaging enough to them to explore the site or the product further. Or there is a mismatch between the campaign message and the value proposition highlighted on the landing page. Or the user experience on the landing page is not optimal for engagement. The formula for calculating bounce rates is fairly simple. You divide the total number of customers visiting only one page by the total visits on that page. Daily active users or DAU. All the users who visit your site or product every day make up your daily active users. In order for the users to qualify as DAU, they need to make or take some meaningful actions on the site or app. You define these actions based on what engagement means for your product. Some examples are a meaningful action could be logging into your product at least X number of times each day, or spending Y minutes on the product, or taking Z number of actions. Monthly active users or MAU. All users who visit your site or app at least once over a 30-day period are your monthly active users. Like DAU, they need to perform some meaningful action defined by you. Now you know what DAU and MAU are. Stickiness is the ratio of MAU and DAU. It is expressed in terms of percentage. Product stickiness is an indicator of how valuable your app is for users by looking at how often they use it. But in some cases, stickiness might not be the right metric for you, especially if you are a set and forget kind of an application. For example, an integration software where users set up their integration between different applications and expect the data to stay in sync with each other. The value of such an app is that it is automating a process for users. If they have to keep logging in again and again, it might be to troubleshoot errors. So stickiness in that case is not a good metric to evaluate how well your product is performing. Feature adoption rate. It is similar to MAU calculation. MAU measures how active users are on the product in general, but feature adoption rate is more specific. It focuses on the adoption of a particular feature. It is useful when you're trying to find out the initial response to a release. To calculate the feature adoption rate, you divide the MAU of the feature by the MAU of the product. It is expressed as percentage. Delight score. You can use the delight score to quickly survey how people feel about a particular feature or product update. You can trigger a survey questions to pop up after a user has completed certain conditions. For example, your task management software and release a new update. It reduces the time for people to create a task. As a product manager, you want to find out how the feature is doing. You can do this by finding the delight score of users who have tried out the feature. Here's how you do it. Define the conditions that qualify users to take up the delight score survey. It could be creating a certain number of tasks using the new feature, for example. If a user fulfills the condition, the delight survey is presented to the user. The survey basically asks the user how happy they are using the new feature. They have to provide an answer on a scale of 1 to 5. Customer Effort Score or CES. We all shop online, right? After you bought your 100th favorite pair of sneakers, you get an email, right? The company wants to know how your online ordering experience was with them. Usually this email comes right after you place the order. The experience is fresh in your memory. That is what CES means. CES focuses on ease of use. You want your users to be able to use your products seamlessly without any hiccups. The primary goal of CES is to find out how easy or difficult it is for users to interact with the product and take action. A CES survey is short and generally limited to just one question, where you ask the users about the experience with a specific action. A low CS score means that the users had difficulty in completing the action and you have your work cut out. CSAT, Customer Satisfaction Score. CSAT helps you to get both qualitative and quantitative feedback from users. It not only tells you how satisfied or unsatisfied users are, but also the reasons behind it. That helps in understanding the cause of dissatisfaction and eventually leads to the solution to address the issues highlighted by the users. A simple CSAT score consists of two questions. Question 1 is the quantitative question. How satisfied are you with the product X on a scale of 1 to 5? This is then converted into a percentage out of 100. Here's the formula. X by T into 100, where X is the total number of users who rated 4 or 5 for the above questions, and T is the total number of users who answered the question. For example, if 200 people answered the questions and 100 out of them gave a rating of 4 or 5, then the CSAT score comes to 50%. The second question is qualitative and open-ended. Something like tell us the reason behind your rating. Its goal is to gather more information on the why behind the rating. This makes the feedback provided by users more actionable. You can add more questions to the survey. Find the balance between ease of filling out the survey with the amount of information you want to gather. It depends on the type of customer who are going to answer and how engaged they are with your product. Monthly recurring revenue, MRR. It is a key metric for SaaS companies to measure and track. It is an important indicator of the profitability and cash flow of the company. It is the amount of money that the company can expect to earn in a given month. The calculation of MRR depends on how you bill your client. For example, you have a monthly subscription which costs $20 per month to customers and you have 1,000 paying customers. Your MRR is 20 into 1,000, which is $20,000. Average revenue per account, ARPA. ARPA is the total amount of revenue earned from an account. It is calculated by dividing the total revenue earned from all accounts by the total number of accounts. The period over which it is calculated can be monthly or yearly. Depending on the type of business, ARPA can be sometimes replaced by ARPU. This is the average revenue per user. Formula for calculating ARPA is as follows. You divide the total revenue of all accounts with the total number of accounts. Average session duration, also called the dwell time. A session duration is the amount of time a user has meaningful interactions with the website. According to Google, average session duration is the total duration of all the sessions divided by the number of sessions. It tells you how much time users are spending on your site. High value of session duration indicates high level of engagement, which is great. Marketing qualified lead, or an MQL. An MQL is a lead that has shown considerable interest in your product as a result of marketing efforts. Some examples how users engage with marketing efforts are downloading a case study, white paper, or other marketing collateral, signing up for a webinar or an online event, responding to an email campaign, booking a product demo, clicking on promotional emails. Sales qualified lead, or an SQL. A sales qualified lead is one that has engaged enough with the product and is ready to talk to the sales team. There is often confusion about the difference between MQL and SQLs. So it's important to understand it. Both sales and marketing teams have to agree on the definitions of each. Let's look at it through an example. You work for a SaaS company. The marketing team has come up with a sales demo form along with other collaterals. There are two leads. Let's call them Sam and Tam. Here is how they interact with the company. Sam comes to the website and signs up for a demo by filling out the form. Tam, on the other hand, downloads the case study and reads a bunch of articles and then signs up for a demo. Should both of them qualify as an SQL? Probably not. Tam has shown a greater intent to buy versus Sam. So you could argue that Sam is an MQL and Tam is an SQL. This might not always be true. How you score your lead and define MQL and SQL would depend on the unique needs of your business. Similarly, you have product qualified leads, or PQL. PQLs are not as common as its counterparts MQL and SQLs. The basic idea though remains the same. It is a lead that is qualified by the product team before it moves down to the sales team. Let's look at it through an example. You launched a free trial for a SaaS solution. It enables prospects to sign up for your product and use it. Now the traditional way to look at it is that every time a lead signs up for the free trial, it becomes an MQL. But not all leads are equal. The level of interest may vary, and you can gauge that by how users are behaving with the product during the free trial period. This is a way to qualify leads based on product indicators. You can go and define when the lead becomes a PQL. It could be when a free trial user logs in X number of times or spends Y amount of minutes or carries Z actions on the product. You define conditions that make sense for your product and industry. Over time, once you gather more data on the behavior of users, you'll be able to refine your conditions even more. Active users, as the name suggests, it is the total number of users who are engaging with your site for a given period of time. It helps you understand the level of interest your content or product garners, or the amount of time users remain engaged with you. Is there an industry benchmark for this? Not really. It varies and depends on a number of factors. For example, what is the product or service you're selling and how long does the sales cycle last? If your active user numbers are below what you'd expect them to be, then look at your marketing programs and see if your key value proposition and messaging are on point, or you have the right sales enablement tools to help engage with your customers. Impressions. Impressions is the total number of times your content has been displayed on the screen. The user does not need to engage with the content for it to be counted as an impression. Let's look at an example. You tweeted something today and you have total 500 followers on Twitter. Your tweet shows up on every user feed. In this case, your total impressions are 500. After a week, you come back and post something else. It again shows up on every follower's feed. Your total impressions now are 1000, which is 500 from earlier and 500 from today. Reach is the total number of people who've seen your content. Let's follow the above impression example. 500 people saw your first tweet, so your reach is 500. After a week, your second post was also seen by 500, that is all your followers. Your reach is still 500, unlike impressions, which was doubled. Reach is to users what impressions is to screen. Organic traffic. It is the total traffic that comes from unpaid sources. It means that it does not come from an ad you publish on Google, Facebook, or Instagram. It happens when your content shows up as a search result for someone. Organic traffic is great because of a few reasons. It generates high quality leads. People will reach your site because they are in search of a particular kind of content. It is also cost effective. The cost associated with organic traffic is the money spent on building meaningful content. This is actually a fraction as compared to what you'd spend on paid traffic in most cases. And finally, it's longer lasting. Your content will continue to bring in relevant lead to your platform as long as it ranks high in organic search results. Paid traffic. It is the traffic that comes to your site from paid promotions that you run on sites like Facebook, Google, LinkedIn, or other places. There are times when paid traffic will make sense for you to invest in. It is great for quickly getting your product in front of users, targeting to your user persona, and optimizing and testing different variations to get the most out of them. Click-through rate. Email is an important mechanism to engage with customers. Click-through rate is the percentage of people who clicked in a link in your email. For example, if you send an email to 100 users to book a demo and 60 clicked on the link, the CTR is 60%. Whether these finally complete the demo booking form on the link does not impact CTR. In the above example, we assume that the email sent is equal to email delivered. If out of 100 emails, 10 bounce back, then CTR will be 60 divided by 90 into 100, which is 66%. Number of app installs. This applies to mobile apps. Tracking the total number of times your app has been downloaded and installed is a good metric to be aware of. You shouldn't, however, look at it in isolation. For example, the data can be misleading if you have high app installs with high usage, high app installs with equally high uninstalls. It means that there are issues with your app that you need to sort out. App Store rating, this applies to mobile apps as well. It gives you both quantitative and qualitative measurements of how your app is performing. It is also a great way to increase customer confidence in your app. People prefer downloading an app with positive reviews than one without any. This does not mean that you start pestering users to go and rate your app on the store. That seldom works. You should work to provide them with an exceptional experience and nudge them to share it with everybody else. Make sure you always respond to feedback you receive on the App Store. It shows you're engaged with your customers and care about them. Time to value, or TTV. TTV is the total amount of time taken to complete a project and reap the benefits of the solution. For example, your company is adding new capabilities to its SaaS solution. It enables customers to close deals faster. Sounds easy enough to understand, right? The challenge though lies with measurements. How do you measure the end of a project, which is when the expected value has been created for the end user? In this case, for the value to be realized, the product has to be developed, launched, and sold to the customers. Then the customer has to implement the change, train their staff, use it, and close deals using these new capabilities. Only when all of this is done that the TTV is realized. Your goal should always be to reduce TTV. Return on investment, or ROI. ROI is the benefit you get from an investment. As a product manager, you'll be calculating ROIs while prioritizing different features. An important thing to remember here is that ROIs will have a lot of underlying assumptions backed by historical data. Make sure to identify each of them and how it impacts the final calculation. This will help you improve your predictions over time. Some of the key inputs in the ROI calculation will be: how much time will it take to build the product? What types of resources are needed for development and launch? These include engineering, marketing, sales, customer success, and support. How is the value defined for the product? It is easier to calculate for paid products, but it requires more effort to get to for free products. How long after the product launch will it take to get the first sale? Virality. We have all heard about viral videos. You see something on Facebook, you find it hilarious, you forward it to 10 friends who have a similar sense of humor. They do the same. Before you know it, the total number of people who've seen it rises exponentially. So, total views from a mathematical perspective then becomes you, which is 1, into your 10 friends, into 10 of their friends, into 10 of their friends, and so on. This is what virality is. So how does this work for products? Your customers love your product, they refer it to their colleagues, and so on, and it sets a chain reaction. All of a sudden there is a surge of people signing up for your product through referrals and other forms. You can add the following to your product to tap into virality: social sharing of your product, referral program, and tracking. Virality can be expressed as a factor. If you look at the formula, it would be V is equals to X divided by Y. X here is the total number of new users that sign up through existing users, and Y is the number of total users. We have covered a wide variety of measurement metrics that are used across the board. I want to reiterate what I said in the beginning. Do not start measuring all of them for your product. That is not the point of this exercise. Once you've gone through all the 30 metrics and understand them, take a moment to reflect on it. Would any of these metrics make sense for your product? I'm sure you can find some that you'll find useful. The point is that you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. There's a ton of research that has already been done around these metrics. You just need to find the ones that make sense for your team. Alright everyone, we're almost towards the end of the part 1 of our course. The 2 small topics that I do want to touch on and talk a little about before we go to part 2. The first one is product launch. You must have seen and heard about product launches. We did talk about it a bit earlier as well. Product launches doesn't have to be only for software. It could be for a car or for iPhone or for any other product. Product managers are involved in product launches. Sometimes they might even lead them depending on the type and size of the company and product. But not all product releases will become product launches, especially for software products. A lot of companies release software every week. That does not mean that you'll have a launch every week. A product launch and a product release are 2 completely different things. A product release means that you have made some updates to your product for your users. It is usually accompanied by release notes, which give you a high-level description of the key components of the release. The engineering and the product team work together to get the release out. Make sure to include the following in your product release. What has changed? List each change as a separate bullet point. How will it benefit users? Will all users be affected with the change, or will it be only some? Keep your release notes short and to the point. No marketing jargon, just plain and simple English. If there are specific customers who are looking for the release, then let them know ahead of time of the upcoming change. Keep a chronological release log so that you know what went out when. A product launch, on the other hand, is a product release but on steroids. A product launch is a much larger multifunctional effort between product, engineering, marketing, sales, support, finance, customer success. Pretty much all the business units are involved in the product launch. I have seen product managers own the launch in smaller companies. In larger companies, someone else might do it. It could be the marketing team. A product launch is often accompanied by some of these activities: a press release, ad campaigns, social media campaigns, and customer conferences. One of the most challenging parts of leading a product launch is to keep track of all the moving parts, because it's very easy for things to fall between the cracks. A product launch checklist goes a long way in making sure that everything goes well on the launch day. The checklist identifies all the key activities that need to be completed before the launch. There is usually a core launch team that meets on a regular cadence to track the progress. Closer to the launch, the frequency of meetings might increase. Let's look at a launch template. This checklist contains high-level tasks that need to be completed. Besides this, each team will have their own separate checklist. Those checklists will be more specific with granular details that roll up into the product launch checklist. A lot of items will require multiple people from different teams to collaborate with each other. However, have only one owner assigned to each item who is ultimately responsible for the completion of that activity. Now let's talk about APIs for product managers. We wanted to end the part 1 with a technical topic. We'll try to explain it in the most non-technical way possible. Actually, we were on the fence on whether to include this in the course or not, but we decided to add it, seeing how the software world in general is moving towards co-opetition now instead of building siloed application. And it's evident from what we're seeing recently. Even Microsoft, with its not so cooperative software in the past, wants its product to work with everything from Apple to Linux and everything else in the middle. We will keep it short and try to not put in too much jargon in it. Our goal is that when someone talks about APIs in a meeting, you don't draw a blank. So let's get started. What is an API? Well, it stands for Application Programming Interface. Wait, what? What does that even mean? Is it a program? Is it a language? Is it a framework? Is it a bird? Don't worry, we'll just find out. Let's look at two non-technical examples of things that we use that can be called an API. Example 1, most of us use light switches, right? Or are we all relying on Alexa these days? Okay, so I'm talking about the traditional light switch here. All we need to do is to turn the switch on or off, to turn the light on and off. We don't know the mechanics of what happens from the moment we press the switch. We don't need to be an electrical engineer and know how the current flows, how the wiring is done. All we need to know is that pressing the switch in a certain way does something to the light bulb. In this case, the light switch is the API and the marking on the switch which point to on or off is the API documentation. Sounds simple enough, right? Now let's build on our very non-traditional example and look at a more traditional API which we use in our daily lives. So a lot of us read reviews, right? You can do a lot more with an API. An API will let you read the reviews like we usually do, or make changes, which we also do. It will also let us do bulk operations. For example, instead of copy pasting all the reviews from one after the other, you can call an API and download all the reviews. It also lets us do stuff without traditional UIs, the kind you use on the internet with buttons and stuff. Instead, what you'll be using is a dialog box to make an API call, make some changes based on what you need, and boom, it'll get done. Let's get a little more technical now and convert what we said above into technical lingo. You can perform CRUD operations using an API. That is, you can create stuff, you can read stuff, you can update stuff, and you can delete stuff. You must be wondering, Saurabh, I understand APIs in a non-technical and technical way now, but where will I need it? I'm a product manager. Good question. So imagine you work for a tech team of a restaurant and they want to show all their Google reviews on their website. You can do it the old-fashioned way before you knew the power of the API by going to the Google's review page of your restaurant and copy pasting them into a sheet, and they're giving it to an engineering team who will then upload it to your website. If you do that, then your engineering team will lose all respect for you. But don't worry, we know APIs now, and we will unleash the power of APIs to make it easy. Instead of all the cumbersome way described above, we can use Google's review API. You can read the documentation and find out the call which you need. Now, wait, what is an API call? Call is a predefined way to ask something to an API. It's basically you calling up Google's API and saying, hey, hello friend, can you give me all these reviews I need? In a way that Google understands and responds. It's that simple. So try it out. You will hear a lot of jargon like SOAP API, REST API, RESTful APIs. I won't get too much into it. You just need to know that they are just different ways to create APIs. In most cases, you will be using a RESTful API. At least that's what most companies will claim they have. But you don't have to worry too much about it. Your dev team can worry about it. When I first learned about APIs, I ended up reading Roy Fielding's dissertation on it. I'd encourage you to read it as well in your free time. Nowadays, everyone uses Postman, which is an application you can use to make API calls and do much more. It's super easy to use. You should definitely try that as well. Now, APIs are also used to make bulk updates or changes, like we talked about. For example, you run a small online shopping website. You send all your packages via DHL. You want users to be able to check the status of your package from your site instead of going to DHL site. What do? You can hire a person to go through the DHL tracking numbers for all the packages every hour on DHL and then update it on your website. Or you can use DHL's API and get that information using their API endpoints and show that information directly on your website. The choice is yours. I'm sure you will use an API now. And finally, we want to talk about the API first approach. It means that every action you can take using the UI of your website or application can also be done using an API call. If you do this while building out your product, it will vastly extend its value. I think we have learned enough about APIs now to help us get started. I hope you had fun learning about all the different aspects of product management in part 1 of the course. Now it's our turn to apply all that we learned into a product update.
The goal of this exercise is to help you get better at applying theoretical concepts in a real world setting, where not everything is black or white, where there are more gray areas than you'd like to admit. Just like my hair, or my beard for that matter. In trying to pick up the right product, we looked at various different possibilities. We looked at e-commerce websites, cart checkout experiences, and platforms for buying and selling cars and other products. The challenge we faced while deciding on the right product or service to build in this part of the course was that it started to get too complicated too fast. We wanted to keep the product simple enough for everyone to understand, but with enough in it to be able to put some of our learnings into practice. So we finally picked up a to-do list. A to-do list is an application you use to create and manage things that you need to track. If you're a developer and have done other courses or tutorials, you'll find this as a very common example. It enables you to focus on the key concept without getting bogged down. So let's set the stage for the product we're going to build. The to-do list. Let's assume you work as a product manager for a company which wants to build a to-do list application for its target users. For the sake of simplicity, we'll make some assumptions here that will help us not get entangled and keep things clear. So here are the 4 assumptions we're going to start with. Number 1, building this application aligns with the company's visions, goals, and objectives. Number 2, preliminary data supports building and testing out a to-do list. Number 3, development resources are available to build the application. And number 4, the first version of the product needs to be a web application and not a mobile app. Alright, now since that's out of the way, let's get down to the task at hand. Like we talked about in the earlier section, we cannot jump right into building lots and lots of features. Well, we can, but now we know better. We'll start by building an MVP and iterate using the BML cycle to check the validity of our team's assumptions. In order to build the MVP, we'll need to follow the 4 steps outlined in our MVP section. So let's go through the 4 steps. Step 1, we need to develop our hypothesis. Here is what I came up with. If we provide users the ability to manage their task, then their productivity will increase by 27%. This could be one of the hypotheses. You can create your own if you want.
The 27% is something I just came up with randomly for the sake of this exercise. In the real world, I'd expect you to do all the things we discussed in part 1 of the course to get to that number. Step 2. Identify the target users. Think about what we learned in the past. Who do you think will be the innovators and early adopters for this MVP? Does your company already have customers who will use this product? The first persona is Jim, who works in sales at a paper company and dreams of becoming the highest paper selling salesman. Apparently, that's a thing. He'd like to be able to better manage his time by keeping all his follow ups organized. Nothing makes him happier than a happy customer. The second persona is Dwight, who is a homemaker and wants to keep his household on track and stop making those unwanted grocery runs. And also a better way to communicate with his partner on things that needs to be done. Once you build it out, it's time to talk to potential users to find out how closely your idea of the users matches with the ground reality. As you can see, we have two completely different personas who want similar outcomes, at least in the beginning. One is a B2B user, which is Jim, and another is a B2C user, which is Dwight. We need to ask ourselves if we want to focus on one versus the other, or are we targeting both for our MVP? They might have similar needs in the beginning, but the problems in the future might greatly vary and require separate solutions. So the persona you eventually target will also be dependent on your product strategy. For the purpose of our discussion, we'll assume that Jim, the salesman who is a B2B user, more closely aligns with our company's goal. So now we know who our target persona is. It's time to go and look at the step 3. Step 3 is about gauging the market opportunity. For this, you will further look into the size of the problem we are trying to solve. In the above section, we have also assumed that the due diligence for that has already been done. Some easy ways to reinforce your conviction is to do some market research to find additional data points on the following questions. Are there existing products in the market who you will compete with? How are they doing? How new or old are these products? What's their value proposition? Any particular industry they focus on? Any industry reports out there that you could read? Is anyone looking for a to-do list solution? I usually break down my research into two parts based on which I eventually form my opinion on the above questions. The first part is to look at the market in general. By general, I mean that you look at apps that might give you a to-do list solution or others that might give you a little more, or substitute that might also solve the problem but a bit differently. Based on your research, you divide up the market and competition. Let's look at some of the to-do list market research we did. We looked at 10 companies that target similar use cases. In reality, this list will be much bigger, but I feel that this should be enough for the goal of our exercise and what we're trying to learn here. I encourage you to come up with your own list similar to mine. This is how we build our sheet. We try to find if there are any industry reports we could look at. We found a lot of reports on product management, project management, or collaboration, but nothing that was specific to to-do list. We also looked at the use cases for each product and the features that fulfill them. Then we looked at what the company really markets. For example, are they marketing themselves as an all-in-one project management solution or all-in-one task manager? The messaging on each company's website gave us a clear indication of that. Then we grouped the companies by the different types of solutions that emerged. We could see some themes emerge at this point of time. We looked at whether they compete with our solution directly or indirectly. And finally,
the price point at which they operate. I don't expect you to know everything about each of them. Just a general sense of where they are. This will help you find the ones that truly will be your competitors in the initial days versus the one you might need to look at more closely in the future. The second part of the exercise is to do a deep dive on companies that you will compete with now. In our case, it could be Todoist or Apple Notes. Let's do a deep dive on Todoist and see what we can find. Use all the ways we talked about in part 1 of our course on the market research. So let's talk through our deep dive and see what we came up in our Excel sheet. So we Googled Todoist and we saw lots of targeted ads from even more competitors. The Twitter handle also came up, which was very interesting. Oh, and their app store rating is off the charts, 4.8 with more than 85k reviews. Wow! Their website says that they support over 35 million users and 20 languages. Now we can't go and present this sheet to anyone yet. The information is there, but it's not very coherent. I want you to try and come up with some bullet points on how you will bring together all this information, and then we can look at mine. Ready? Hopefully you did some digging and came up with a description that provides a well-rounded understanding of Todoist to anyone in our team who reads it. Let's look at what we've got. Todoist is a one-stop solution for individuals and businesses looking for a task manager application. Its motto is organize your work and life, and helps you to do that with a simple and intuitive application. It is highly rated across platforms. For example, its average app store rating, like we said, is off the charts. Some of the key aspects of Todoist that are relevant to our product team are as follows. It has a simple and intuitive experience. It has extensive, and I mean really extensive, support across operating systems, platforms, devices, browsers, you name it, and they have it. It's developer friendly with publicly available RESTful APIs and SDKs. They also have another product called Twist for communication, which does provide us with some insight into their product strategy and where they might be headed in the long run. Growth for them increased multifold when they released their native apps for mobile phones. Since we initially made the assumption that we will build our web app first, we'll go with that for our exercise. But in the real world, if you encounter data that was contrary to the assumptions you have made, then it might be worthwhile to dig deeper and see if you need to change anything. This is something that you should probably discuss further with your team. Looking at the product features more closely, you can see that task is at the center of everything. It has a description, priority, reminder, and due dates. Tasks can be added to a project. Lots of related actions and tasks. You can copy link to tasks, you can duplicate tasks, you can add comments via email, you can view the task activity, you can print a task, you can delete a task, and lots more. Users can track update on their task through email, mobile, and in-app notification. Search can be done using the search bar or using the default or custom filters that you can set on the search criteria. You can also use this information eventually to create battle cards for your sales teams to help them be well prepared to answer questions on competition during sales calls. From a business perspective, they're private and profitable without funding, which means that they can take a long-term view when it comes to investments in product, as is also evident from when you look at the product. They made $14 million in 2020 in revenue. From a user experience perspective, they release at a regular cadence to provide value to their users.
They also respond to customer feedback on public forums very regularly. Step 4 is to evaluate the technical feasibility. What will the technology stack of a to-do list look like? Once you've flushed out the definition of your MVP, talk to your engineering counterparts to find out what the best way is to get it out of the door. You could either build it from scratch, buy it, or partner with someone else. This is an important aspect that is completely overlooked a lot of times. Make sure you use the engineering team's input to draw your final conclusion. Now let's try and chart out a user's path on how they might go about creating this to-do list MVP. Let's try user story mapping, something we learned in the part 1 of our course. You'll find that the user story map gets more and more complicated as your product grows. There might be multiple paths that users can take, and everyone's map might look a bit different. You will be working with your counterparts from sales, marketing, and other customer facing teams to come up with the user story map. So let's look at how our map looks like. Level 1 is about creating the to do list MVP. This becomes your epic. Pretty simple. Level 2 has the various things that users do in order to build and manage their to do list. You can also call them the user stories that make up the MVP. You'll have sign up, which is where the user starts. In order to use the app, people will need to sign up. In our first iteration, we let the users use their Google accounts to sign up for the service. Once the user has signed up, they log in into their account. After successfully logging in, they will create a list. Once they've completed creating a list, they want to save their work. At some point, they might also want to copy their list and reuse it in another project, or delete their list if they don't want to use it anymore. The level 2 of our user story map looks fairly complete now. Now let's look at level 3. Level 3 are the actions that users take in each stage. For example, for logging in, users need to provide their Gmail ID and authenticate with it. You can have more levels in your user story depending how extensive the scope of your project is. By looking at everything laid out in front of us, it becomes easier for us to identify what really needs to be built and what can wait. And this will then become input when prioritizing competing work for our MVP. Let's bring together everything we've learned so far for this product and put more definitions to our MVP. So the first thing we want to define is what is the problem we're trying to solve. We've talked about it a little bit, but let's be very clear and define it. As a user, I want to be able to keep track of things I need to do and be efficient. The next part of the definition is who will benefit from it. The target user for the MVP is anyone who is list-driven and technology savvy. They need to juggle a lot of things in their personal or professional lives. If they're able to keep track of all the things they need to do, it will make them more productive. We're assuming that this is based on all the research we've done and interactions and conversations we've had with potential users. So what will the first iteration of the MVP look like? So we want you at this point to go back to part 1 of our course, to the MVP test section, and create what you think on a high level the MVP could look like. Here is what we think it's going to look like. The core functionality we feel needs to be part of the MVP is the ability to create a list, save or edit. There are some nice to haves as well, like renaming the list, auto-saving it and providing basic formatting. What we don't think needs to be part of the MVP at all is the need for extensive integration or advanced formatting or things like multi-user editing. The list you come up with versus what we might have will be different. Eventually what goes into each bucket might completely change based on what you learn from the first version of the MVP. For example, we might learn that people really care about formatting and that needs to become a priority for the team. So how will you bring this to-do list MVP to the market? You can either build, buy, or partner like we discussed in part 1. In this scenario, however, we're going to assume that our in-house dev team has the skills, time, and resources to build out the product, and we will go with the build route. Alright, so now we know on a very high level what we want to build. But how are we going to measure the success of our MVP? The key criteria for the success of the MVP is how valuable users find the to-do list. Now, what does valuable mean to us? We need to add a little bit more clarity on that, and how will we also measure valuable? One way could be to see how many people sign up for the product. But is that truly the right measure for success? How many applications do you sign up and never end up using? Just look at your phone and check out all the apps you've downloaded. You'll know what I'm talking about. It is easy to feel great about your MVP by measuring vanity metrics, but they will lead to nothing. If you look at the long list of metrics we went through in the part 1 of our course, we come across a few that sound useful. Specifically, 3 of them make sense to me to track. They are stickiness, churn rate, and delight score. For our MVP, we will assume that we have some historical data on how these metrics turned out for similar features in our existing portfolio. We will use that as a starting point to define acceptable values for these metrics. So now, are we going to stick with these metrics forever? Most likely not. They're just a starting point like we discussed. For example, while running the MVP, we might find out that 1 month is too long for us to wait in order to review the metrics. In that case, we need to come up with a modified definition of stickiness, because MAU tracks users on a monthly basis. Also, the active part in the DAU and MAU will most likely need some additional definition. For example, are we going to count anybody who signs up for to-do list as an active user, or do they need to create a list or do some actions to be deemed as active? What do you think? Now that we're clear about the high-level definition of our MVP, it's time to chalk out the details. Because beyond clearly defined requirements, your product release will keep on getting delayed, and weeks will become months, and months will become years. I'm not trying to scare you or anything, but this is the hard truth which, as a product manager, you need to understand and take responsibility for. Alright, now it's time to create something that the development team can actually work on. We'll have an epic. The goal of this epic is to enable users to create and manage a to-do list. Since it's an MVP and not a fully fledged out product yet, we will build out user stories under this one epic only. Alright, so let's try out. This is what a user story that I wrote looked like. As a user, I want to be able to create lists. The acceptance criteria are as follows. Need to have a sign up URL. A user can sign up with their Gmail account. If the account already exists, the following error message should be shown to the user. Account already exists. Once they're successfully authenticated using Gmail, they will be brought to the home screen. Users can create a new list by clicking the Add List button. The button takes the users to a new list page. Users should be asked to provide a name for lists. They can add multiple items to the list. Users can check an item when it's completed. The checked item will go to the bottom of the list. The checked item will have a striked off line to show that it's done. Wow, that's a really big user story. Do you agree? Need to bring back our learnings back into action. Let's put this story to test with the Invest framework. Is it independent? Definitely not. Lots of dependencies in story that I can see. Is it negotiable though? I guess we can say it's negotiable. We are open to changes at this point, as we've been talking about throughout this time. Is this valuable? Absolutely, it is valuable because it enables us to validate our MVP. Is it estimable? Looking at the story again, I feel that it will be very, very hard to estimate such a massive story. So, definitely not estimable. Is it small? With 11 acceptance criterias, even before it hits the grooming session, it doesn't look small by any definition or measure. So it's definitely not small. Is it testable? I ask your QA team that. I don't think looking at this story they will say that it's easy to test at all because it's just so huge. Unfortunately, our first attempt at writing the user story hasn't gone too well. But it's okay. Let's try again based on what we've learned. This time we will break things down a bit more and think about the invest framework every time we try to finish up a story. Okay, so we've gone back and broken down the stories, and this is how it looks like. The user story 1 is all about being able to sign up for the to-do list application, and that's pretty much it. As a user, I want to be able to sign up for the to-do list applications. It has 5 acceptance criteria. The first one being users can start signing up by clicking on the sign up button. A user can sign up with their Gmail account. If the account already exists, an error message will show up. Once users have successfully authenticated, they will be asked to accept the terms and conditions, and once they do that, they will be taken to the home screen. Now let's look at the user story 2. This is all about being able to sign in. See, there's a difference. The first one was about just signing up, and this story is all about signing into the application. As a user, I want to be able to sign into the to-do list application. There's only 3 acceptance criteria. Users can log in by clicking on the login button. They will be asked to authenticate. Once completion of authentication, they will be taken to the home page. The next user story is only about creating and adding things to a list. As a user, I want to be able to create a list and add things to it that I need to remember. It has 4 acceptance criteria. Users can create a list by clicking Add List button. The button takes the users to a new list page. Users will be asked to provide a name for the list. They can add multiple items to the list. The next user story is about saving changes you make to a list. As a user, I want to be able to save changes I make to my list. It has only 2 acceptance criteria. In order to save their changes, users need to click this save button. If users don't want to save the changes, they can either press cancel button or close the window without saving the changes. The next user story is about marking items as complete. As a user, I want to be able to mark items complete when they are done. It has 3 acceptance criteria. Users can check an item when it's completed. The checked item will go to the bottom of the list, and the checked item will be struck off to show that it's done. User story 6 is about accessing all the lists that you've created. As a user, I want to be able to access all my lists in one place. It has only 2 acceptance criteria. All the lists will show up on the home screen. The list will be ordered by when they are modified, with the most recently modified one showing at the top. And the last user story is all about deleting a list. As a user, I want to be able to delete a list. It has 2 acceptance criteria. A user can delete a list by clicking on the trash icon next to them. Once deleted, the list cannot be retrieved.
We want to point out a very important aspect about the user stories that we just looked at. Designs are missing in our user stories. In the real world, when you write user stories, you will be accompanying high fidelity designs with your requirements. You will work with the design team to get them ready before the grooming meeting. So please remember that when you write user stories for your team at your workplace, you need to add the designs to them.
Seems like we've made a lot of progress. We now have 7 stories that seem complete, at least to us. It's time to groom them with your team and get a reality check. Remember, there are some things you will need to do to make sure that the meeting is efficient and successful and doesn't go off track, especially since this would be the first meeting for the project. We've discussed a lot of these in part 1 of our course, but let's re-jog our memory a little bit. Here are the things you should do. You should send out the links to the stories in advance, asking the participants to read them. Make sure you invite the right stakeholders. Work with your engineering counterpart to make sure that all the right people are in the room. If you have a business case or presentation that you did in the discovery stage, make sure you provide access to it to the team. MVP grooming meetings can often spiral out of control, especially because we're trying to build the bare minimum. Often you'll be pushed to add a bit more because it's possible without much work. Do not fall for it. Only build what's needed. There is a reason that MVP starts with minimum. Alright, so we did all that and the day has finally come to groom our stories. Exciting times. We begin by giving a short description of what the plan is, emphasizing that it's an MVP and we will add more things depending how users feel about the update. We have the engineering manager, the architects, a few devs, and QAs that are going to be working on this update in the room. Now we get down and get some real grooming done. We start by giving an overview of how we have structured our update. One epic with 7 user stories that are intended to deliver the MVP. We bring up our first user story up on the big screen for everybody to see. We read through the description and the acceptance criteria and give the team some time to come up with their feedback. And here it is. What type of Gmail authentication do you want? Are there different types of authentication flows in Gmail? What if the user does not want to sign up with their email and want to instead create their own account? Doesn't it seem like they should be allowed to do that? Why only Gmail? Why can't we do Outlook, Facebook, or Apple? Is this supposed to be mobile friendly? Will we get separate designs for that? What if the authentication fails? What will happen then? Is there an error that needs to pop up? How will we track the success or failure of our update? Wow, that's a lot of great questions. Didn't expect that coming into the meeting, did we? Being bombarded by a ton of questions in your very first user story itself is hard. When this happened to me for the first time, I ran out of the grooming meeting and I felt like crying. I just didn't want to be in the room. Like everybody else, I also take a lot of pride in my work. And when people start poking holes in them, it hurts a little. But the truth is, as a product manager, you will be in a lot of situations like this. And it will be easy for you to get disheartened. All I can advise you is, please don't. There is no such thing as a perfect user story. I have never seen anybody write a perfect user story. The user story that you like does not belong to you. The engineering team is asking all these questions because they need this information in order to get the job done, not to make you feel bad. This is something that nobody will ever admit. Not all product and engineering teams get along well. And when they don't, the product suffers and the user suffers. So remember, Your job is not to write a perfect user story. Your job is to write the user story with every possible scenario you can think of and then work through the questions that come up. What you will see happening over time with experience, though, is that your user stories will keep getting better and better, and your acceptance criteria will start accounting for more and more use cases. So, for now, how do you tackle these questions that have come up? There is one really powerful statement I wish I knew when I started out. Can I get back to you later on this? Yes, as simple as this. The thing is that you don't need to come up with the answers in the grooming session itself. Of course, there will be some things that you know and you forgot to add in the AC, but others might require you to go back and do some due diligence. Or you might have a counter questions that might require the development team's effort and for them to do some digging. With this knowledge, let's try and tackle each of the questions that came up in our first user story. Here's the first one. What type of Gmail authentication do you want us to use? Does Gmail have different types of authentication flows? Do we have other products that use Gmail authentication? Were you expecting the team to use the same flow as them? If yes, then update the AC with that information so it's clearer. If not, then this requires you to do some research and get back to the team on. Make a note of this and move on to the next questions. After the meeting is over, you have to rework your story. You'll probably have to go and read up Google's literature on authentication and authorization. Most likely, you'll have to talk to the engineering manager or the team tech lead to nail down the right approach for this question. The next question that came up was, what if the users do not want to sign up with their email and want to create their own account? Doesn't seem like they get to choose right now. This question requires product clarification. When you wrote your requirement, you probably chose Gmail because of a certain reason. Maybe you had data to suggest that most of your target users had Gmail and you wanted to focus only on that. But if you don't have a strong reason why you picked up Gmail over others and why only one type of authentication was used, then you probably need to go back to the drawing board. Why only Gmail accounts? What about Outlook, Facebook, and Apple? The answer to it is the same what we discussed above. Are they supposed to be mobile friendly? Will we be given separate designs for that? We might have not thought about this. How are people accessing our product right now? Also, this begs the question as to how much additional engineering work will be required to make this mobile friendly. So some work here for both the teams to do. You'll need to follow up on that. The next question was, what if authentication fails? What should happen then? Is there an error that needs to pop up? Seems like a miss. We need to add an error message and flow of where users land up when this happens. And finally, how will we track the success or failure of our update? This is a more general question that pertains to all user stories. While we came up with the metrics we wanted to measure and how we want to track the success, we forgot to add the work that needs to be done to make sure that the right plumbing is in place. Even though we talked about it earlier, talking about plumbing and stuff, we forgot to add it to our user stories, and that can happen. So make sure to add the events that your team needs to track for you to be able to report it. This part is sometimes owned by the data analytics team if you work for a big company. But if you work for a small company, you most likely be working very closely with your engineering counterpart to make this happen. Implementation and requirements will vary depending on the tools you use. We could go on and look at all the other user stories and poke holes in them. But I think it would be better if you do that exercise and see what happens. Share with us what you find. I know that you might have initially thought that you write your user stories, you do your grooming sessions, and that's it. Unfortunately, it's never like that. It's not a linear process. There is a lot of back and forth, especially at the beginning of new projects. So it will take you a few grooming sessions before your stories are at a point where they can be picked up by the development team. You always have the option of ignoring everything I'm saying. There are teams where user stories go from the PM's laptop directly into the dev queue. But it never really ends. Actually, it doesn't end at all. The dev team will ramp up and they start working on the story and soon realize that there's so many loose ends that need to be tied up. And now they will just wait for you to answer these questions. But by now, you've already moved on to something else and taken up more work where you clearly needed to focus on these user stories still. Not a good situation for either the developer or the product manager to be in. The moral of the story is to take your grooming sessions seriously. The last section was not so much fun. People taking apart our user stories and being critical of them. Now let's assume you have worked through all the user stories and the dev team is happy with them. They've moved them over to their backlog and started the work. You join the daily stand-up to stay in tune with what's happening with the project. You're available to unblock the engineering team in case they're stuck and need more info to move forward. Let's look at the same user story. While working on the user stories, the developers had some doubts that needed to be cleared up. At the stand-up, the following questions come up. Pam, the developer working on creating a new list story, had the question about missing requirements. This is what she had to say. Couldn't find any information on the character limits on the names and description fields. Like how many items can someone add to a list? Can you add 1,000 or more? This is a clear miss in requirements. Your response as a PM should be, is this blocking you from working right now? By when do you need this information? Based on what Pam says, you can prioritize this with all the other things you have on your plate and move on. No need to try and come up with requirements in this meeting. Next up is Dwight, another developer who seems to have run into a much bigger issue. This is what Dwight has to say. I'm having trouble implementing the UX treatment of the strike off. I'm stuck. I'm not really sure how to move forward. Wow, this seems like a longer discussion. You can parking lot it after the stand-up. And if at that point it seemed like even a bigger issue, then have a quick meeting organized between the right stakeholders. In this case, you need to bring together the engineering manager, the architect, the front and back-end developers for this story, as well as the QA and the UX team member responsible for this update. You might wonder why questions keep coming up after all these stories were groomed over and over again. I know it can be frustrating at times. But the thing is, when you groom the stories, you do it on the basis of the information that is available to you at that point of time. Once development starts, new information is bound to come up during implementation. That can impact how the product needs to shape up. One way to reduce such instances is by doing research spike whenever needed. But even then, you will still have questions keep coming up. As a product manager, you just need to be on top of it.
Now let's assume that you ran the BML cycle a few times with a few iterations on the product. You got lots of good feedback with people asking for more and more. You've reached your product market fit and it's time to make your MVP into a fully fleshed out product with its own roadmap. What are some of the steps you'll take? One of the key inputs in the roadmap is all the feedback you get from your users, your employees, your prospects, and prioritize it to build out the roadmap for the features. So let's look at a sample feedback for the to-do list. Lots of great feedback coming from users. Looks like all work in the same office. Sorry guys, lame office joke, I couldn't help myself. Okay, so back to the feedback now. Take some time to go over the feedback. We have tried to replicate what you should see in the real world.
a wide variety of requests. All of them seems like great things to work on. Take some time to look at the feedback. Lots of people are asking for new features that enable them to take more and more actions and fulfill more use cases. They also want to use the to-do list with their other applications. Few people are also asking for features like public APIs, which will really change how the to-do list can be used. But are we there yet? Is this the right time for something like an API? As we know, product roadmaps can be presented in various phases. Let's try and build a theme-based roadmap based on what we're hearing from customers, prospects, and internal stakeholders in this feedback. The themes that we come up with are for the purpose of discussion only and are based on the sample feedback that we came up with. Your product roadmap themes will greatly differ based on what the real world data tells you. The other input in building your roadmap will be your organization vision and goals and product strategy. For this exercise, we're going to assume that they all align closely with the feedback that you're hearing from users. So let's look at our themes. We've come up with two themes. Number one is usability. There are a lot of use cases that we need to support beyond the initial MVP in order to make the to-do list app an integral part of anyone's workflow. So prioritizing that work which increases its usability and utility is one of the themes for the roadmap. The second theme that we want to focus on is integrations. More and more people want to connect and use our list with other applications. So finding ways to make our to-do list talk to and work with other productivity tools is an important theme to consider. I think two themes are good enough for the purpose of a discussion. Why don't you think of other possible things that might emerge out of the product at this stage with this kind of feedback? After going through this example, please don't start thinking that if you had to ever build out a to-do list, this would be your MVP and your roadmap. That's not the point of this exercise. The goal of this exercise is to make sure that you understand the process you need to follow, the questions you need to ask, the trade-offs you need to make while building out your product. Depending on the use cases your team needs to target, your MVP for the same product might look completely different, and so would your product roadmap. For example, your team might decide that the right MVP is an Excel sheet. Yes, you heard that right. In that case, you don't need to build anything, just need to find a way to integrate Excel into the workflow of your product. Obviously, there's much more to it than that. Like we've already said, the devil's in the details. Let's go back and look at our feedback list once again and start organizing it. The first step is to go over the feedback and identify the type of feedback it is. Are users looking for something completely new, an update to an existing functionality, or are they reporting a bug? Bugs will follow their own path to resolution, with the first step being you or someone else trying to reproduce it. We won't get too much into that right now. A discussion for another time perhaps. So why don't you pause this video for a minute and try and assign the type to the feedback. Okay, how did it go? Did you enjoy it? Don't worry if our sheets don't exactly match. What you might call an update, I might assign as a new idea. Since this is a hypothetical example, we might have thought differently about the current state of the product. In the next step, let's assign themes to all the product feedback. For bugs, let's put it under bug dead. An important side note here. If you go through the feedback on a regular cadence, you won't get overwhelmed by the volume. But I've seen it happen way too often when the product teams only look at the feedback when it's time to present the roadmap to the team. Please don't become that product manager. If you're regular at evaluating and going through your feedback, your job as a product manager will become a breeze. I promise. Now let's look at the feedback under our themes. Is there a workaround that can solve the user's problem? Has this come up before? Or can you come to a conclusion on the priority of this feedback based on the information that is presented to you?
You can label the feedback as P1 to P4 based on your experience. Some feedback will require little or no investigation, while others might become larger multi-day efforts. We have looked at a few frameworks like RISE in the earlier section that will help you prioritize competing ideas. But would you apply these frameworks for every idea? Not really. A product manager needs to be efficient with their time and needs to prioritize it and spend it on things where there will be most impact. While going through some of the ideas, you know off the bat if this is something that the team won't work on, since it won't align with your organization goals. For example, if someone posts an idea that you need to build a mobile app, you won't go and do a RISE prioritization on it just yet. Building something like a mobile app is a big organization level decision, and you won't pull a trigger on it by using one framework. You need to build a larger business case for it. You should definitely keep track of these requests, and they will become part of the business case you build and help you show the demand of such an app by a user base. In fact, sometimes there will be a whole product and engineering team that manages the app with its own set of feedback. We won't give a specific example on how to use RISE and other frameworks. We've already created some extensive videos earlier on our channel, and you can check them out if you want. There will also be other feedback that might focus on a segment of users who might not be a priority for the company. For example, public APIs. The user persona for something like this is technical user or a developer or an analyst. Personally, I'm a big proponent of APIs since it helps unleash the true power of your product, but it might not necessarily be the right thing for your company right now. In the initial stages of your to-do list app, you may want to focus on things that provide the most value to to-do list creators versus technical users. So use your understanding of your company's larger organizational goals, product strategy, and personas to do this first round of prioritization. And once you've done that, apply all the great frameworks you've learned to prioritize further. Once you have prioritized the roadmap, the next step is to communicate it to stakeholders. Communicating the roadmap requires balance. It should not contain too much information for people to get overwhelmed, but it should contain enough information to get people excited. Let's look at a sample roadmap based on a sample feedback. I keep using the word sample because I want you to not obsess too much about building the perfect to-do list app. I'd rather have you focus on understanding the process and the journey that the product managers take and the logic behind making the choices they make. So let's bring up a sample roadmap. One of the things that you will notice is that there is hardly anything in there. Isn't that going to be a shock to everyone to see a roadmap presentation with hardly anything in it? Relax, the point is that we don't want to overwhelm everyone. But that doesn't mean we'll stop at it. We will obviously talk through each section. What we've done though is rolled up smaller updates into larger buckets and highlighted which themes they belong to. So you start off your presentation by talking about the themes and the buckets. You can start with something like this. By evaluating all the great feedback from users, prospects and internal teams, and by looking at our larger organizational objectives, we've decided to focus on two broad themes for the next little while: usability and integrations, which we believe will balance our need to satisfy the growing user needs and make sure we make the right investments for keeping us competitive in the future. I don't expect a lot of questions at this stage. Assuming that you have consulted your key stakeholders and given them ample insight into what they can expect in the roadmap. Next, spend some time on giving examples of key updates that would come under each group. For example, for editor updates, you can start talking about how building an advanced editor with more actions for users will be the central theme of the update. List out some of the other things that these updates will tackle, things that are of strategic importance, things
that people in the room might be interested to hear about. Use both qualitative and quantitative evidence wherever possible to support what you're planning to do. Not just for the sake of it, but it's important to point out that the product roadmap has been built after a rigorous evaluation by the product teams and not just built on a whim and fancy of product managers. Some things you will be pressed on during the roadmap presentations. When? By when, I mean dates, release dates, launch dates. Please don't give dates. Give general timelines. Because you can't predict the future, the stories are completely flushed out, and therefore neither are your timelines. Why this and not that? Some people might be waiting for some updates that did not make it to the roadmap. Ideally, you would have spoken to them earlier about it. But in reality, there might be someone you missed and they might bring it up in the presentation. Your response as a PM should be, it's a great idea, but when we evaluated this idea versus everything else, it didn't seem like the right time to work on it. Definitely something we'll keep track of in the future. We can talk more about it after the presentation. Thanks. Boom. Avoid getting into a detailed discussion, but in case it can't be avoided, try to keep it as short as possible. Oh, and we almost forgot to say that super important phrase that every product manager needs to know before starting any presentation. Product roadmap is subject to change. That concludes part 2 of our course. Thanks to everybody who stuck around long enough and didn't bounce off. There are lots of concepts that we talked about in the first section but didn't cover in our example. That should not stop you from trying them out yourself. Also, while we have tried our best to provide you a well-rounded view of the different aspects of product management, there might still be some things that we missed. Do let us know if you are looking for something else, and we will try and add it to our channel later. Next up, we're going to test how much we learned from this super long course. We have 50 multiple choice questions for you to answer and a small assignment right after. If you pass, then you will get a product management certificate from Dezkr. I'm as excited as you are. Best of luck.